Ja, ja. Och sen är det där vi går upp för trappan också till vänster och så upp för trappan. Ja. Yes. Bra. Ja, ja. Vad sa du? Det är 1 minut kvar. Ja, men 35 är det på programmet. Kolla på programmet.
Det är så smått jag kan läsa.
Ja. Jag kunde läsa det i alla fall.
Det är det jag tänkte på, det var riktigt, det är riktigt. Det är nog marketing, han har fejl. Sätt en alarm, Peter. Beep, 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 beep.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. It sounds like that anyway. We have some more coming in now, but I think I get started. They will just get settled. So very warm welcome to this year's Impact User Conference. So nice to meet you all again after 2 years in the cloud. So, and it's also every time we have this and it's a full, you get like, oh, we are a lot of people using Impact, and that's really great to see. As you can see on the screen, we will talk about design, production, and project today. And we have different speeches and stuff. I will come to the agenda soon. And we also have this little 30 years of Impact. So it's actually 30 years since the first release of Impact. So I will also come back to that later. But it's a nice day. So let's see. First, a little bit about myself. My name is Peter Karlsson, and I'm the Business Unit Director for Precast at Truesoft. We have 3 different divisions. We have Structural, Energy, and Precast. And yeah, I have this every year, but some of you are new, and I just want to say what I'm burning for, why I'm still doing this, is because I love the meeting between the software and the use of it. Because it's always a meeting. And that's the nice thing. And we try to make it close to what you need, as close as we can. And some figures, of course. This is the 12th Impact User Conference. So it has been some years since we started now, and it has grown, but we have now reached some kind of limit for places where we can have it. 150 is quite a lot. So you can see that we also here today we have 26 precast factories companies represented. That's quite impressive, I think, and 19 consultant companies are also represented. So it's also some kind of good interaction area for all of you to meet colleagues, to meet maybe someone you will cooperate in the future or so on. It's a big precast game here today. This year so far we have added 22 new Impact customer companies. So we have last year we had 21, so we have got beyond that already. Some practical information about this location here. So some of you already know, but security review is always good. And I think Kim, she's on the phone now, but are you ready to give some good tips on how to deal if something happens?
Hi, welcome. In case of fire, there will be a speaking alarm in both Swedish and English. Your closest emergency exit is on your left. And the meeting point is on the other side of the road next to Malmömässan. So you just continue that direction. You have a fire extinguisher over there, next to the escape van. And in case, worst case scenario, there's a heart defibrillator in the front desk of the hotel, 1 floor down. Hope you have a lovely day here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah, some more practical things. Some of you have probably already found the restrooms, but if you're looking for them, outside to the left, that's the restrooms. Lunch restaurant, when that lunch comes, 11:30, we are also going to the left, and there is a staircase up to Percy's restaurant. And coffee break will be actually where we started today, on the floor outside here. The Wi-Fi code, this is very important. So I will have this on for a little while. If you want to get, maybe you should not do your phones while we have presentations, but maybe in the breaks you need it. So it can be good to know. Nowadays, it's not that important anymore when we have no roaming. So it's, but it still can be good to know. The agenda is looking like this. So we have been through the registration and the breakfast here. And now we are in the welcome speech. So as you can see, we will have like time slots, and then we have a little break between 5 to 10 minutes, a little bit different here. We will try to keep the times here because we have some guys online also. So they can be on it also, because maybe they don't want to see everything, they want to see something, and then they're coming in the right. And also we need to, because there's a lot of conferences out here today, so we need to keep our slots, so to say, for food and stuff. Anyway, this is the schedule, and we will talk about, in the morning after my welcome speech, Linus will talk about impact design for Revit. And then Fredrik will talk about impact production. Then we will have the lunch. It's 1 hour lunch. I hope you also have some time there to talk with each other and so on. That's the plan at least. Then after lunch, we are continue with impact design for AutoCAD. And then we have impact projects after that. We have from our structure department, Anders will tell us about Prefab Print. That's also an interesting topic. And then we have some more speeches about the benefit of super users, online resources where you can find all things about us and impact. And then we have some kind of ending speech. And the plan is to end like 4 p.m. And for you that are going to the dinner in town, we are meeting up 6 p.m. But I will come back with more information about the dinner in the end. You all have this. I hope now all have it. It's the Strusoft guys. We have blue ones, the name tags, and all your participants has white. So on the back side you have the schedule. Even though with my eyes I cannot almost see it, but I hope you have bought glasses, the rest of you. Yeah, I can borrow yours. That's perfect. Thank you. Yeah, we are live broadcasting. So right now there are hopefully some guys on. I don't know if you can see how many are on. Can you, Matthias? 50. Yeah, that's great. And if you don't want to be on film or photo, Matthias is the guy. So tell him in the break after my speech, then we will avoid having you on. I don't think it's a problem, but it could be for one of you. Then don't hesitate to tell us. We have some guys from Strusoft here today, of course. We have some developers first. So Mikael Nilsson, could you stand up? Mikael is there. So if you have something regarding impact design, you know which guy to hunt today. Tabe, could you also please, Tabe Sabaf? Yeah, you have Tabe there. So these two faces, please remember them if you want to talk about the details in the program or something. They are happy for that in the breaks. We also have guys from the market, sales and support here today. So we have Dennis Knudsen, our head of support. He will also speak later. We have Fredrik Arenen, head of our product owners. Linus Karlsson, where are you, Linus? There, yeah, in the back there. Sales and implementation. And then we have Matthias, that I already talked about, that will do, is our marketing, head of marketing here. Nikolai, head of sales. Oskar Christensen, working with the support, and also very good in Icelandic, I've heard. Pascal van Wyk. Thomas Gitsas. Yeah, in the back there. Thank you. And we have some more people from Studsvik here today. We have our CEO here today, Dennis Christensen. You can also hunt for him in the breaks if you want to. And Anders Nielsen that will present Prefab Print later from our structural business unit. Again, we have the blue tags. If you have any questions, ask us. Maybe we know the answer. We don't know, but we can test at least. Yeah, from that to something, I was thinking, what should I talk about today? And I came up with this speech. And some of you are maybe thinking of what more can we do? I was just writing this. Of course, it's a sentence to just say something. What can you do to be the best in class? I don't say you be the best in class if you do these things, but it's more some funny setup for it. This is how I probably, some of you have seen this picture before because I've shown it many times, I think. But this is the process as I saw it when I started 99, how it worked. Because we were working a lot with impact design only. And we have these 3 silos, I think, how we worked. And the deliverables were drawings and reports. It's today also, but that's part of the delivery today. Then it was the only delivery. And it was also like that in those days that design normally worked completely ready with one element, then next element and next element. Because you didn't give the information so early to the rest of the process like you do today. Of course you did it, but not in a digital way. You did it in other ways, of course. But that's what happened then. Yeah, production started to buy planning system. Again, this is my picture of what happened, of course. Design exported more intelligent data to the planning system of the production. We started to interact between. Projects started to demand better planning for the project. And then production wanted graphical planning. Why should we only be numerical? And then all of that is what impact is today. We integrated all these things together. A little bit trying to cross the borders between those silos. I know it's tricky because it's still different departments, but that's a little bit what we try to do. Then we come to if there is something more we can do. Yeah, there is, of course. This is some examples. There is, of course, a lot more details. But what I wanted to talk about here is, because I shouldn't go into the different programs, more about the overview of it all. So some of you are already doing this, the platform integration. So you actually communicate in real time between consultant and factory. They are connected directly. And here is some technical stuff here, but mainly it's about you publish your service. So the service is on the internet, so you can access it. And with 17, we have the Auth0 verification of the user, so it's much more secure. That's one of the changes we have done to 17. And we also have a file sync service that can take care of the file locking and make sure that no one is changing the same thing at the same time. What is the gain with this one? This is, of course, from experience now. You get rid of all import-exports. You get direct feedback in the whole loop between design and the factory. And, of course, you can follow the progress of the project. Some of you already have this, but some not. If you want to know more, of course, we are here to talk more about it. This is another integration that I have seen in several places, that we interact directly with the erection company. So the erection company, they are also running impact on the site, even if it's outsourced. Same security, of course, and then you get the opportunity to get direct feedback from the erection as well. And of course, you can see what transport is coming and so on from the erection side. This one is more on the, I think this is the biggest and widest stuff, because here we have integration with all kinds of systems. And we have different integrations here in Impact today. We have the exports we are doing from Impact Product Manager. They are back from the days where I saw that production wanted exports and stuff. Then we have the more integrated one we call Impact Sync Engine, where you actually time set stuff that should happen. And we do an import or an export. So we are like bring out data automatically or bring in data automatically. And then we have the, let's say, the most advanced one that normally also requires a programmer. the Impact API communication. Then we can, of course, communicate in real time in both directions with the data we have in Impact, with the business logic in place. And some of you have started to explore that. It's of course, it's not, I think it's 1.5 years since we released it or something, so it's quite new. But it opens up for new ways of integrating. But again, the last sentence, they integrate your full process with Impact. I think that's, some of you have started to come very far there, but that's something that can give a lot of value. We have integration with machines. This is coming more and more, of course. Some of you already have the bending machines. You're sending information directly to the bending machines of the stirrups and cutting of straight bars. And we have mesh welding machines that many of you also have for making the meshes specific. And we have lasers for the mold bill planning. We have plotters for Holocaust. That's on the picture here. It's from Starka. Special QR code readers some of you have that can, our mobile app is just a mobile then, but then you can add something so it becomes more powerful. You can take from further distance and stuff like that. Integration with suppliers, that's another field that you can work with if you like to. Many of you are already working with this with integration with the transports. And I think that can save a lot of time. Actually, this EDI between the transport is using the Impact Sync that I talked about in the last slides. So it's actually, we are sending out information about the transport, normally like with 5 minutes intervals. So it's coming and they can read it in from the transport company. So they always have updated data. We can also send information to CELSA. So they have like an online stuff that we could send to. QR it's called. This one is also a very interesting topic, the LCA connection. Many of you are exploring this as well, and all of you are dealing with it, but this connection as we have it. Because what we do is actually we map the amounts from Impact, all the stuff, with resources from LCA tool, in this thing, one-click LCA. And we can send it and get the result back. So we can get an indication about environmental footprint. Finally, we have experience of this communication, both with machine manufacturers, developers of other software, and of course, IT departments. So don't hesitate to contact us. And please do it early, because when you say we have a machine, now we need to get the information to it. That's too late, because it's so much easier to talk before you buy the machine with the ones you are thinking of buying from, because the digital data to the machines today is so important. I think it's probably as important as the machine itself, actually, many times, because otherwise you cannot get the power out of it. My last slide is actually the agenda. So I will leave the word now to Linus. And I think Thomas has, if someone wants to ask a question, I don't know how much time we have. Have I used more of my time? Yeah, okay. So maybe there are no questions on this initial, and I don't expect it. So, but if there are any, you can also hijack me in the break, of course. But otherwise, we will switch to Linus, and we start in, you can see the schedule. We start very soon with Linus. Thank you. Du ska ha dem runt öronen då. Så de hänger på öronen, förstår du?
Jaha, ska det vara så?
Ja, så de hänger på öronen. Så ska det vara. Jag har mutat den.
Det kommer mest komplicera med hela presentationen.
Ja, det är alltid så.
Alltså,
Vill jag
det här sitter inte bra.
Hade du den här? Ja, jag hade den. Ja.
Det här.
Ja, men nu sitter det bra. Nu sitter det bra. Sen ska vi unmuta den nu då, så har du gjort det.
Ja, den är. Jaha. Jag kan sätta den. Så här. Jaha, den är Bluetooth. Ja. Kanon nu.
Ja, den så.
Är det bra? Perfekt. Ja, då så. Då kör jag väl igång. Just det. Do you hear me? Perfect. And I will just hide the cable here. And yeah, perfect. That works. Yeah, my name is Linus Karlsson, and first of all, I'm very happy to see all of you here. Last year, I had the opportunity to make this similar presentation, but in front of a screen, and that's not interesting at all. But this is so much fun. So yeah, Linus is my name. I recognize a lot of you, some are new faces, so I hope that we can chat a little bit later in the breaks or in the evening. I work with implementations mainly, but this year and also last year, I had the opportunity to be product owner of Impact for Revit. So that's our design software for Revit. Yes, so today we are, I guess you want some kind of agenda. So when I was starting planning this presentation, I was like, yeah, I don't want to just go through feature after feature and like inform you about that, because we normally do that on the wiki and webinars and stuff. So I was thinking more like, okay, what questions have I got during the year? So I thought a little bit about it and came up with that, yeah, I'm gonna work with some sort of workflow from like start of a project to you have the drawings, and cover the topics that we have discussed with a lot of you during the year. So we're gonna start with the start. I didn't find another good word for it. So it's basically different ways of using Impact for Revit in the beginning. Maybe you are a factory or maybe you are a designer. So there could be some different ways. The next part is the modeling part. So here we will actually go through some features, some new features. So I hope that will be exciting. And we will end with the drawings and exports. And especially the exports, I know that a lot of you have been longing for several years also. So it's nice to cover that a little bit. Now that works. So we're gonna start with the save linked. So I think most of you know what the linked element is, but for those who doesn't, it's basically like we have a lot of element types that have characteristics like a wall, a slab, a beam, but then it could be something special, or you just want to save something very quick. Then we have the linked element, and that could be whatever. So the linked elements is, I would say, is like the most basic way to save the models in Impact. And here we have a sample model from Autodesk in Revit with some different element types. And yeah, if I would have this model, and let's say that this situation, you get like, I think it's like more a factory situation where you get, you have an external consultant, doesn't work with Impact, and you get like the model. The drawings are done, the elements are done, so you just want to save it to the database so you can use the planning. Then you take the model and save it to Impact. So here's the product manager, and no rocket science here. You get the elements in, everything is linked. And for this, you have like the basic needs for like doing the planning. You don't have any element types, but you can sort it out in other ways. But it could be that you want to adjust like the data a little bit, like the top, like the most important data, let's say. So as we can see here, one example, this element mark looks kind of weird. It's taken from like the data in the model, and then Impact extract it and put some automatic element mark. But maybe since you got like a complete model, you the designer maybe have a parameter on the element with the actual element mark, and why not use that automatically? So we have developed what we call like custom parameters or linked parameters. So this means that I think it's like 15 different parameters on like geometry and element marks. We can decide, okay, I don't want to use impact for putting the data in. I want to use my own parameters. So here I put some examples. So this means that yeah, the element mark can be correct. So let's look here. Yeah, now I got like B100 for this beam instead. Looks much better. But it could also be situations where, like, because in Revit you can design like the same element in very different ways. So it could be that someone includes some erection custom material on the actual element. So the length maybe be like a meter longer than the actual element is. Then you can like control the length by just putting the correct element length and saving that to the database. And that's important for the planning, of course. And yeah, then you can end it in the impact production. So this is the most basic way. Then if we do one step more, we have the save mapped elements. And here is both for factories, but also now we include the designers. So a situation here could be the same as before. We have the finished model, but now when we save it, we want to have the different element types basically for the factory. But for the consultants, it could be that, and I know that the model that you got from like the architect and general construction might not be 100% all the time, but sometimes it maybe you may be having everything in-house or something. So you want to take this model and just like continue with the precast part. So for instance here, I hope that we had like this pointer, but you see the walls here, there are like 3 different levels, so a little bit too big and heavy to produce in the factory. So maybe I want to just complete those with impact, but I don't want to redraw it because it's already there. So what I do is, in like all the models in Revit is called a family. So the different families could be wall, slab, beam, and so on. So I take those in this list here, and first of all I just say, okay, if I have a solid wall in my model, maybe I want it to be a double wall or a sandwich wall. So I just convert it here with selecting the impact element type. And then I select the definitions. So this is impact definitions as you have in the database. Of course, we have this new button on the right side where you can just quickly create one that you don't have. But this means that, for instance, this example here with column, all the lifters, all the prefixes for drawings, yeah, you name it, everything that you put in the definition will be attached to this model. So next time you go like edit wall, for instance, and then say okay, you will get the lifters that you expect from the definitions, just as if you drew the wall from Impact Revit itself. And yeah, the difference here, the same model, so almost the same picture, but instead we have the different element type categories to work with. Yes, and as I said before, I was a little bit too quick, but this is for both the factory, this method, both for the factory, but also to continue the design and do as you used to. And the third and most obvious way is to draw the model from scratch. So here, since I just want to entertain you a little bit more than just me speaking, I created a small GIF so we can see an example of drawing some columns and beams and reinforce it real quick. So I will just have it rolling while speaking. So yeah, the drawing, it's you just then it takes more from you. You need to have the standard. You need to draw everything from scratch. But we have also made it easier for you to do that. So I talked a little bit before about the families. So for some element types, for instance the beams, before you needed to have the skill to, it's not a hard skill, but you needed to have the skill to create this kind of family. So a family is like an external file where you put the cross section and some rules, and then you use it in the projects. But we wanted to make it as simple as possible. So here we implemented the definitions for all these element types, which means that you can just select the cross section, put the values that you need on, as you see here on the screen. So here I have the inverted T, and then I just click create family, and Impact will create like a normal family for you. And then you can just continue drawing. And the good thing with this is that the family is like if you have done it manually. So you can like take the family that we generated automatically and put your extra data on, like parameters and so on. But of course, we don't want to limit anything. So you can also do your own families. Maybe you have like complex ones that you've been working on for a long time. Then of course you use them. Then that's more details and better. And this part here is not really Impact, but I wanted to show you that because I guess most of you have seen Impact Revit, but if you haven't, then it could be a good thing to take a look, because what we see here is like the references. So in AutoCAD, Impact AutoCAD, you just get the plain 2D. Sometimes you may get some IFC to compare with, but since everything is in one model here in Revit, we have the opportunity to link like an external Revit model, an IFC, or even 2D CAD. So I can work as I have there in split view. I can work on 2D because that's maybe easiest to draw, but then I can just check immediately if it's matching with my reference. And yeah, I think that is a good benefit to have, especially if you new, haven't like 20 years of experience in AutoCAD and 2D. So that was the first part. The second part, or the middle part, is the modeling. So here I want to present two features. And the first feature is something that, we have been waiting for, me too, for a long time. And that's reinforcement in end caps. So it's basically a way to reinforce like the standard reinforcement, because we have today the RC templates, so like the edge reinforcement and the mesh. But you also want to, sometimes you have like standardized elements, or not standardized elements, but standardized way to draw it. And for instance, around openings, or actually around the element, you can, like when you use some sort of end cap, you just want to have this stirrups, for instance, or like several, maybe you want that. So instead of drawing that manually or using another tool, we can just paste it, or not paste it, but like add it automatically with the spacing that you want for different sides and so on. And this works for not only solid wall, but also sandwich wall and insulated wall. So it works for all of the elements, basically, or wall elements at least. And we'll probably implement it for the slabs as well. And it's very easy to configure. So here I just like, I drew this stirrup in the wall. Then I just go into my end cap definition, select it, and select some reference point, so I know the direction, and then I have it in my element here. And I want to say again, here we can not only do one stirrup, but as many as you want to. I don't think you want like 15, but I think that's possible if you want it. And then the second feature, this is like kind of interesting, because we started developing this to solve like a big issue that we faced with Autodesk. I won't go into details, but if you want some details we can talk later, but it's basically that when we took an element and copied it, it could happen that the element mark changed. And when you looked at the element, everything was, like for your eyes, everything was totally fine. But then it could be like a straight bar, for instance, should be 3 meters, but it got some decimals, so it was like 3000.0072. And then Revit says, okay, these two are different, and that's a big issue. So we decided to do a command after some while of researching, and also with some new tools in the later versions of Revit. We have this compare assemblies. So here we have like an example, and I have 2 different examples of this example, where we have 2 columns, should be the same, but they have 2 different element marks. So in the first here, I know it's a little bit like small text, but I will try to explain. So I will compare these 2, and when I compare it, I get these like list of text where we point out all the differences. And what I'm pointing at now is like one of the measurements on the end stirrup is differing between 360 and 370. So here I can just like change it to 360, both of them, and now they are the same. It's hard to see here as well, so I prepared this static picture. So that's like a way that could happen. Not this example, because often it was like points of decimal, but almost. But when we like, you know, developed this, and we started like testing, and some people were using it, we also figured out that, yeah, this could be a good way to optimize, because if we have these 2 elements, maybe we don't expect them to be the same, but then we just take a look at it, and yeah, maybe they look very similar. So maybe I can just combine them, so I just have one drawing. So then you can just use it, like compare these 2 elements and see, okay, is it like 20 things that is differing? Then maybe they need to be different. But if it's only this example where, yeah, one of the end bars had the measurement of like 1 centimeter difference, then it might not be the whole world to change it to 10 millimeters smaller, so we can have the same drawing. That's just an idea. And I wanted to give you another example. This is pretty obvious, but we are missing the top lifter in the one of the elements. So here we just highlight it. And in this dialog, we can try to go back. So in this dialog, we also not only have the possibility to, you know, just show the difference, we also have like isolate and select element, and also copy the element ID to clipboard. So we can, in a big model, we can just highlight the difference really quick. Because if something happens with the rebar here, it could be hard to just find that rebar. But now we can also highlight it. So yeah, I will take a look. Yeah, I've been kind of quick, but I think I will slow down a little bit. This last part is the drawings and exports. And here I wanted to yeah, show you a little bit about this topic. The first part is basically, I want to start like a discussion, not right here, right now, but like during the day, and also like the upcoming time. Because what also have been a big topic during not only this year, but during the years I've been working with Impact Revit, is that we compare AutoCAD with Revit a lot. So a lot of times we have the Revit, we want to use all the complexity, and like it's a 3D model with everything in the same model, but we want it to be as simple and with all the, you know, ways to modify everything as we have in AutoCAD. And sometimes we can fix that. Sometimes it's a little bit more tricky. So I wanted to like show some slides here to open a discussion about one of the topics, but this is not like the only thing we can improve basically. And it's the 3D reinforcement, because we have like a platform Revit where everything is 3D. All the components in the model is like a rebar is a rebar. Cast material is a cast material. We can use that intelligence. So why put that into like a flat 2D drawing and basically take all this great data and all these great visualizations and put it as AutoCAD 2D basically. So here I just have a first example of very, very basic sandwich wall. And on the top left, we have the whole wall with some, here I only filtered out like the 3D reinforcement for the cast materials. So yeah, it's a little bit small here, but that we can handle in other ways. But I don't know if you see it, but I also colored this reinforcement. So this reinforcement here, all reinforcement that I put in the elements, that is for the cast materials, is red in my case. So it's easy to like, find the reinforcement. You can also use that in the model, basically. So this is like a general thing here where you show some parts. And because if I show everything, it's like a lot of details. So it could be hard to figure it out. Then I have isolated automatically with the software, isolated the different shells. So here we have the inner panel and the outer panel. And here I decided to only show the opening reinforcement, which is blue or black. And the edge reinforcement should be green. So in these drawings, it's not perfect. It's not maybe everything that you need, but it could be a starting point of like, maybe take advantage of showing the 3D reinforcement in the drawings for the factories. And as I said before, this drawing is this you can do in Impact already, like with preparing the views and so. Of course, like the placement of the text, that's also like a big issue with the 2D reinforcement in Revit. So, but it's much easier here now when you have the 3D because like placements and so on. But this you can do today with Impact Revit. I also wanted to go into a little bit more details. This I prepared myself, but I think this is something that we might look into very, very soon. And it's like some sort of details. And this might not be the perfect way to show it, but maybe like as I explained in the first picture up to the left, the 3D reinforcement, maybe I can point with this one. No, you don't see that. But the 3D reinforcement for the lifter, you might want to like see that a little bit bigger. Now I placed everything on one drawing, but maybe you want to like expand it to have two drawings, one with the details and so on. So you can like dive deeper into the 3D. And the same around the windows. Maybe you have a lot of rebars. You want to like explain to the factory how to place the rebars basically. So I hope that with these pictures that we can start some sort of conversation and go some steps forward into the process of the drawings. And this is not only for reinforcement. It's the same for we have like a complex part of the element where we have a lot of cast materials as well as recesses and so on, and we can like use the 3D in that way. That's my hope, at least. Yeah, we have some zoom in on these two as well, so that we can see the details from it. The next thing is also drawings, and here I want to talk a little bit about the model again. So it's like since you have the model, you have all the data that you need instantly. So we like for this here in the CAD software, this is like one file with only that drawing. Then if you want to have the 3D model, it's another file and another file and so on. But for plotting PDFs, basically, or for instance, I can just open my model and I can plot the whole model if I want to from the same place. And I can plot now. I only have a list of sandwich ones here, but I have this tool where I just like filter out what I need to plot. Not only shop drawings, but also plan drawings, elevations, mounting drawings. We also have other drawings, so if you want to, I don't know, prepare like a drawing with schedules for some sort, you can do that, and then we can just plot it out. And you can use the like external plot PDF plotters for Revit, but also from 2022 Revit, we have the possibility to use the integrated one, which means that, yeah, it's seamless. You can just start, and I think it's from Q4. You will not even need to configure anything. You just like select PDF plotter and what drawings to plot. You want A4 or A3, and then you just do the plotting. And I wanted to like just put some average time on this. So AutoCAD is good, but the plotting in AutoCAD is like you need to start the script to start AutoCAD, start the file and do the plotting, and then close it. So it's a lot of like steps in that perspective. But for a sheet or like a shop drawing with 3 sheets, it takes around 5 seconds to plot, which means that you can get your drawings quick and you don't need to, take a coffee break just to plot some drawings. And the end here, so one big disadvantage that we have had recently in Impact Revit is that we didn't have the possibility to do exports for the machineries. And we changed that. So from 17, not 17.0, but the next version here, we have the possibility to plot, or not plot, but export data for Unit Technique and PXML and BVBS. So finally, you can use the Revit tool all the way, and also, include the factories. I know that a lot of you have had that as a like the stopping point. So we are still working with it. So the Unit Technique is the first one we're working with or completing. So that will be available either in Q4 or Q1 for 70. Hopefully Q4, but it depends on another team, so I don't take any responsibility here. And then in this upcoming spring, we will do the last two. Last two export types. Yeah, I've been a little bit quick, so we have a lot of room for questions. So first of all, thank you very much for listening. And Thomas, are you ready with the mic if someone has a question? Maybe you're a little bit shy now in the morning. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
When you plot the PDF files, do you have the possibility to sync it?
With the file sync, we haven't integrated the file sync yet since we have been working in one model. But that's probably a possibility if that's necessary. But since we haven't, since we everyone in the project needs to have the whole project, the whole model available, then until now we haven't seen the purpose of having the file sync integrated. No? Then I'll be here the whole day. So if you have questions later on, just let me know. And we'll have a small break, and then it's time for Fredrik. So thank you again for listening, and talk to you later. Yeah, the next presentation is 10:45.
Jag väntar om det.
Ja.
Funkar det bra eller?
Ska vi testa? Hör du? Ser bra ut. 20 minuter. Det är till Gitsas. Han kommer med den. Test.
Når du skal tale, gør det godt.
Ja.
Så lyser den grøn.
Ja. Men jeg er grønne.
Nej, den er gul.
Nej, gul. Gul, grøn. Can you hear me? Yeah. Waiting for Oscar. Looks like everyone's seated. Really nice to see you. It was with a smile that I entered here today when I came up the stairs. See those faces instead of Teams is good, but this is better. Next session would be news impact production, and the agenda is the same. I'll try to cover as many features as I can. Most of them in 17, some kind of a reminder in 16 that we've developed last year. And yeah, we have a session for about 45 minutes. My name is Fredrik. I am product owner for Impact Production, amongst others. Let's dig into it. We start directly with cost planning. And first one is this. You're smiling? For those of you who are working with cost planning and production planning, and also for me, on the screen, this looks easy to fit an element in between two others, of course, because the size is okay. For the programmers, for tape, for example, and all the others, behind the scenes there is mathematics and geometry and codes and rules and stuff. But we have a solution for this in 17, so this will work. I had a question yesterday in a meeting, actually. If you plan two elements on a table and you remove the first one to fit an element where the one was placed, this is the feature that you'll try in 17. Some people were smiling there, great. This one is that we, maybe it's not that obvious, there's some red lines. We have added length and width for the cast planner, so you can see on every element the length and width. We had it before, I think it was on Formslabs. Now we have it on all 14 element types. The next feature is a bit more advanced. We call it be able to set cast unit to inactive, and I'll show you some example. Can you see my mouse? No. Okay. We are in the cost planning. We are looking at the calendar view, and we are in my factory called West Factory, and in the division called Wall and Slab. This is 7 tables, and I've planned elements on most of them. But all of a sudden, I decide we're in the factory like this, and we say that the production planners or the cost planners cannot plan anything on this table. Let's call it table number 7. So what we want to do is that from now on, we tell them that it's not possible to plan elements on table number 7. The one out, yeah. What I wanted, how I want it to look, or how hopefully you want it to look, is like this. So we remove table number 7 in cost calendar, also in detail view. So we won't be able to see it. Only 6 tables here. How to do it is that you open Resource Manager and the Settings tab. You select cost units and the tables or beds that you want to inactivate, and you set it to cost unit. Great. We've also done some small indications here. I thought actually you could see. Do we have a pointer, a laser? No. No. But you can see here some indication here showing that there's a small star. That means that there is element plan on the inactivated casts. Yep. Next one is some development that we've done for disorders, and this feature is at the moment mostly for you who has already started to use the disorders in Impact, because this is about deactivating or inactivating the reasons, sub-reasons, and categories that you've created, and also set a specific order. So I'll show you about that. So this is how it looks in my database. The first column shows the reasons that I've created, called Other, Design, Production, Finish, Storage, Transport, and Direction. And how it looks when I create the disorder, I will be able to pick one reason, and here they show up: storage, other, transport, finish, production, design, and direction. But I want to change the order, and I also want to remove the one called other. So what I do is that I set the order like this, and I also inactivate or deactivate the one called other, for example. And instead it shows up more naturally to the process that we are producing the elements. So design, production, finish, storage, transport, and last direction in my case. And you can see other is not there anymore. it's actually from a wish from you who has started with this. So hope that you like it. Since we are in disorders, we discussed this, and I think, and I've seen that this is maybe very obvious, but if there is a person who is the quality responsibility or who makes the controls, that looks at the elements after they are produced, this is the one most likely to find the disorder. Of course, they will be found in erection and transport and storage and so on. But if you have started to use the control system in Impact, we've decided to be able to directly from here right-click and create the disorder. When we are in that control part, I also will show you a new feature called the 3-state status. This is a setting, so you don't need to do it. You can keep the ones that you have, the not done and done. But we also added this not applicable. And if we look at the same picture, you can see the dark square there, and that is the one that is shown when that control is not applicable for that element. And it also writes automatically not applicable in the remark, as you can see. So for this example, it's actually in Swedish, I can see here, but it means windows and door placements. So let's say that this is a wall that doesn't have any windows and doors. Then you don't want to say that it's approved or not approved, but you can click it again and it will be not applicable. Click once, approve it, click twice, not applicable. And the settings made here, Resource Manager, and you click your company name and you scroll down to the bottom, and there you'll find the 3-state status. And when we are there, I just highlight, this is actually something that we already have in 16, but I'm not sure that you have seen it all. The top one is the mandatory check, and as it says, small text, I'll read it. If you set that yes, it means that the control can't be approved until all the simple checks and measurement checks are approved. Second one is the 3-state status that I just showed. And the last two is if you want to set a specific order on your checklists. You can go into the settings and set a specific order. We want the checks to be done in a specific order. And the same goes for the controls. So if you want to do the controls in a specific order. Yeah. We move on to transport planning. First one, I hope some of you would like, because I know that sometimes you call a friend and ask, can you produce these elements for me? You already do that in Impact, I know, some of you, but I'll show you an example how this will work, this feature. Let's say that we open a project. In my case, it's called FA Industrial. The green one is the one that I want to produce. So there is the element types, or all these elements is going to produce in my own factory called West Factory, except for the walls. So the walls, I'll call a friend, can you please produce them to me? I don't know how that phone call is made, or what you say, please, yeah. And I'll pay for it, and I don't know. Yeah, if that friend says yes, the thing you do in Impact is that you are able in the rough planning, in the grid, say that the walls is going to be produced. Oh, you cannot see my pointer. You can see the blue one here. You set the production factory to external factory, and the other ones, all the other elements is said that they are produced in my own factory. The next picture is a lot of information for you who doesn't work with transport planning, but what I want to show here is the top list is the list of the elements, for example, in the ID grid in Project Manager, and in the end here is the transport planning with all the transports and the elements placed on the transport. So what you see there on top is walls, they are placed on transport number 12, and they're also set, as I said, to external factory. All the other elements is set to West factory, and the top 4 beams, they are placed on transport number 15. If I click this transport number 15 with the beams that is said to be produced in my own factory, but they don't even have a drawing, they are not planned, they are not produced. The system says can't set status to delivered because element must be produced. So that is our rules today, and that is how it works today. But the difference is for this transport, number 12, as I told the system, these elements are going to be produced in external factory. So if I click that to be delivered, because I don't want to plan those elements, someone else is doing that. I don't know if they are produced. I just know that, oh, now they are delivered. So I click this transport, say that they are delivered, and the system accepts it. And the reason why the system accepts this now is because I set it to external factory, and I've also went into settings, factory's location. I created external factory, or some of you already have external factory or the actual names of the external factories. The important thing is that you set the flag to yes in the red mark there. Then hopefully this will, it's going to work for you. Otherwise, yeah, who are you going to call? Me, I think, or the support, and they will hunt me down. Oh yes, oh yes. Next one, measured mass. We have done this in cooperation with a Norwegian company. I really like this feature. The elements today in Impact, most of the time they're calculated from design, the mass that we have today, or they are imported from Excel or via Impact Database tool, for example. So, but this value, nevertheless, where it came from, regardless if it comes from import or design, this is a theoretical value, as you know, and for now, it's the one that we are using in transport. So we wanted to change that. So if we look really closely into this drawing, you can say that the system tells me, or the drawing says that the database value is 2.532 tons. In reality, when you lift it up, it's heavier, 2.7323 tons. This is the value that we want to use in Impact. So we have actually created a lot of places where to change this. The easiest one might be to find the element in the Impact Go, the mobile application, or to scan the QR code and to click edit when you found the element. You can add a note, or you can actually add this measured mass. It will show up here. So beneath mass, you have measured mass. And this is the value then that we are going to use in transport for mass, total mass, and the usage. If it's set this value. Some rules or some information, good to know. The element must be produced before you're able to set the measured mass. Feels natural. And when the elements are planned on a transport, which is called off or the status is higher, the measured mass cannot be edited anymore. And this is actually the rules that we already have in Impact today. Because as Peter said in the beginning here, many of you have connected your Impact database to an external ERP transport system. And often you send this information when you set it to call off. So let's say that you have sent this to an external company. They sent a vehicle, but then you have 6 elements that is heavier, and they could get angry. I don't know how you do today. Give them a gift, or I don't know. Yeah, some more information about that. We've also included this measured mass into our control system. For now, we have already connection to the control system for length, width, and height, as you can see on top there to the right. These values are fetched from the database. So in the control, it actually shows that's higher. Yeah, but you can see the design value is fetched from the database and the theoretical value. If you then type in your actual value, what the real length, width, and height is, it will compare to the design value, including the tolerance that you set. So this is also made for mass now. What you want to do is that you open up your control, you create something called mass or whatever you want in language, weight, or yeah, doesn't matter. The important thing is that you set the parameter type to mass. Could be nice to say that if you're trying this in 17 and you set it actually to control, the measured mass won't be possible to change from other places. Because if someone has it in the control and approves it and say that, yeah, I approve this mass, and some of your friends change it, and then you have approved the wrong one. So that's how it works today. You will get the warning, it contains element control that uses measured mass if you try to do that. Normally I look at the time spent here, but it's actually the time for the complete, I don't know how it. Correction, 25 minutes. Next one will be total mass. It's already implemented in 16 actually. Just a reminder, as I showed you before, we have something called total mass, and the total mass is a summary of columns mass and additional mass. So mass is what it weighs the elements, and additional mass is additional items that you set on the transport, and then we also have total mass. Yeah, moving on to cost estimation. For those of you who work with that, a quick one would be we can now calculate separate cost for corbels, divided into single, double, and multiple, and we can set the value for the common part, like in the standard, but also for project-wise, in project-wise corbels. We have added something that we call manual cost note and manual time note. Today you have, this is already implemented about the manual cost. We have opened a project, we look at the production cost, and we look at the walls shown here. The total cost is calculated, but for some reason you want to add a value for as a manual cost here, and it's added to the total cost. This one is the new one, because, for example, this value, you notice that this is calculated from the cost that you set on all your casting material and the casting material in the element. But the manual cost, you're not sure actually what it is if you are not the one that entered it, or even so, actually, you can forget. So now you can add that, and you can also print it in reports. Same goes for time. RCPs. Yeah. I think this comes from some of you actually. Today in a cost estimation, we have parameters for the reinforcement, bars, stirrups, mesh, and so on. But up until now, we didn't have the parameter piece. So we've added that. This is the time list. How long does it take to mount this bars or stirrups or mesh or bended mesh or groups or strands in my element? And we had parameters like area, length, mass, and so on. But now we've also added piece. The one piece of bar takes this long time. Same goes for cost. Yeah, that made us change some parts in the project as well. So if we look at the production time and click one element, we will see the information here. It says all the reinforcement that is included in the element. And the parameter is piece, and that is because we are on time now. So the time parameter is used in this calculation is piece. If we instead click the cost and the same element, now it's mass because we use mass for calculating cost. And then I thought a natural question from you would be, Frederick, so how do you handle this in components then? Because then we don't know which one are we going to use. And the answer to that is on next slide. We used all of them. So you have some mass, some piece, some length, and some area, if we have area. Sometimes that is the best way to do it, sometimes not. Storage in Impact, we've had that for a long time, and yeah, you could be able to set the storage location so you know where the elements are stored out in your factory. The thing that we have done now, or actually already implemented in 16, but now we've made it more intelligent, and it's good to be a reminder for you, is that it's possible now to create locations for areas located out on your projects or out on site. I'll show you what you have to do in 17. Same place where you created the external factory, which we also now call locations. You create something, you call it whatever you want, but you set the type to construction site. In my case here, I have called it on-site storage. And when you do that, it will show up in setting storages. So you will be able to say, okay, these are my areas that I will be able to set to the element when it's out on site. If I go to storage, before this was only connected to the factories, but now if I select on-site storage and I select the project that I want to look at and click refresh, I will see all the elements that is possible, that they are delivered to that project, and you will be able now to say, to pick from the storage locations out on site. Here in Resource Manager, but also, of course, in Impact Go. When we are talking about mobile, if you didn't know, we have already released 17, the application, and we have made some improvements there, I think, I know. And the first one I'm going to tell you about is about the disorders. It is possible to add pictures from your phone library. Before, when you created a disorder, you were able to take a picture to connect to that disorder, so you can find it when you open it next time and see in a picture how it looks. What you told me is that, yeah, that's good, but sometimes you don't have time for that. And when you're out there, maybe unloading a transport, or you're walking around together with a customer, or checking one floor, then you just want to take the picture and you will create the disorder later on, because you don't have time to stand there and say, why, what happened here, and so on. So what we can do now is that you take the picture, click this icon when you create the disorder, when you have time, and you will be able to find the pictures that you took out on the elements, and you will be able to add it from there. Yeah. Some more improvements to disorders, or when you have the list of elements. Earlier you could actually take the next one, because then we also added colors. So we have the element list here. You will be able to see how many disorders there are, but we've also changed this rectangle so you can see what status the highest status of oh yeah, if there is two disorders on one element, it will show the highest status or the most. Yeah, maybe you know, get what I mean. There are 4 colors. Gray is closed, green is resolved, yellow is that the disorder is still active, but the deadline is not passed, and red is active and the deadline is passed. So it will show the color of the most urgent one. So on the top there, it says that it has 2 disorders and at least one of them has the prioritization or so red. Here. Good. Thank you. Okay, we have enhanced the search method. Up until now, we already can search for elements. Sometimes the camera is broken, maybe, or the QR code is broken or gone or mounted into the project or so. And then you could find elements in Impact Go. And we have extended that search method. For example, we can search for costs. So you click element to the left and then you click cost. You select your division, select the date that you want to look at, and then you select the cost unit and click search, and you will find that cost with elements planned on it. If you click cost units all, you will see all the production that day in that division. Similar for transport. Select your project, and the list below will show all the planned transport in that project, and you can select, for example, number 3, and you will, instead of scanning the delivery note, you can find it here. And same goes for stack. So you have the stack number instead if you're working with stacks today. Yeah, we have extended the number of maximum number of elements shown in list in Impact Go. I think before we had 100 or 150. Customer called us saying that we are planning our trains in Impact, and they scanned the delivery note, and the maximum limit was exceeded. So we just changed it to 500 instead. So I hope that is good enough. Otherwise, call Dennis, the support. Then we have some common things that is not directly connected to any parts. We've added the count for many of our grids in production, and also a number of select. It's very small there, but it says that for this search that I've done here in disorders, with the filter that I have, and I click refresh, it will directly say that I have 22 disorders and 10 selected. And same goes for example, store. We have this in many places, but storage in 17 looks like this. So if I select my factory and one day, I can see directly how many elements that is produced or is stored out in my yard. So instead of going out there. For those of you who are alert, there on top there, in this column, it actually says another factory, FABM. And the reason for that is because we're actually looking at the storage here in my factory, but the location here says that it's stored in my factory. So I will look at all elements that is produced in my factory, or they're actually set to my factory, because I know that some of you can produce it in one factory and store it in another. So you will be able to do this. If you set this setting to storage location, any factory, makes it possible to set any factory to allow selecting location from all factories. Yeah, I showed just this picture. Yeah, it's good to go out there sometimes to count the element and get some fresh air and sun. But if you want, you can stay inside and see it directly in. If everyone doing their job to set this to produce, of course. This is some preparation. I wasn't sure if I'm going to tell you this, but it's good to know because I know that you have looked for these two that comes here. It's kind of the plan that we have in early 2023. We have prepared the database for more nodes. Today we have note that is on element ID level, and we have remark that is on element mark level. So the database is now prepared for more element nodes. So during next year, we plan on implementing the possibility to add it, change it, see, and print more nodes. I think today we have 4 new nodes. Dave, yes, 4? Good question. 4 nodes. So that would be, I think, in total 5 nodes. We've also added the possibilities to add note on cost, and that is also a question or a wish from you. An example could be right-clicking cost here or in detail view, and a new functionality called add note on cost. And somehow we will visualize this in the cost planning to see that there is something about this cost and be able to print it as well. I have actually 2 more features before I'm done here. This one is maybe not directly impact production, but Survey Connect is a part of our team now. So this feature is for maybe for super users or the IT guys, because in 16 it was hard to see the settings. We always had this. I want to see what settings do I, where am I connected to, and so on in Survey Connect, and you have to shut down everything. But now you click the eye up there to the right, and you will be able to see it and copy it. So small one, but I think it will help you. I hope. The last one is, I don't know if you can see it, but I know that many of you have asked for this. We have talked about notification regarding disorders and so on, but we have decided to start with implementing directly after release Q4 to be able to connect the disorders to your mail server. So later on today, I think that we will discuss a little bit about notification that makes it possible to connect to mail, and the same technology we will use for disorders. So in this example here, very small, but I know that, yeah, it says this is assigned to Peter, and in 17 everyone needs to add their email address, so it will automatically shows here if you have that setting, and you also have to can choose more recipients. CC. Yeah, so someone else can get the email and the information about the disorder that is created. So that's a start, and we will start this development directly after releasing Q4. We have the plan to release it in Q1 next year. And that was the last slide for me today. So I'll ask Thomas if there is any question. We have a lunch break. I think it's to be back 12:30. And I really thank you all for listening to this part. Thank you, guys. Do you have any questions?
With the option to put in measured
Mass.
How is it going with the integration of reinforcement with added client side? We are aware of the amount of reinforcement at that point.
How do you mean?
We often have large discrepancies between the design load of the element and the final element because the weight of the reinforcement isn't calculated or added.
Also, but this measured mass is not at the moment something that you calculate. This is a manual thing
Yeah,
that you
that's
have.
a manual addition that overrides.
Not overrides. It's an
Okay,
so
it's
so
just
the
for-
it's
yeah.
a, yeah it's
Yeah.
you still have the mass, the design mass. So maybe what your question is about still the mass.
Just adding the reinforcement.
Yeah.
It's been a red note on our certification inspections
Yeah.
for some years now.
Yeah.
The
But-
hopes that it would be integrated at some point.
Okay, but are you measuring your do you have the possibility to measure the actual element when it's produced after?
We could, and it's on my note, so we can add some of our standard elements.
Yeah.
But in general, some of our larger elements, the 10 meter, 12 meter, large sandwich elements,
Mm.
you could be missing 3 times.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Then it will show up on the weight, and you can add it in measured mass. But this is not included in anything by calculation of the reinforcement.
Been asking about it earlier,
Mm.
and it was behind the paywall, so to speak.
Okay.
But with this edition, I was just wondering if you were thinking about adding the reinforcement.
When I thought of it, I thought everything and nothing, and thicker, and the reinforcement and everything. Just when you see the different value when it's actually produced, that's the thing that we have done now. So it's a manual thing that you're adding.
Okay.
So yeah. Hope that it answered. Anyone else? Everyone is hungry? I'm not sure if we're serving pizza, but I know this is maybe from the last year. Stupid to show pizza if we don't reserve pizza.
In impact though, when you search for transport,
Yeah.
often we want to search for this day's transport. Is it possible, or you have to know the transport number?
Yeah, I think so. We had quite a long discussion. When I first created this case, the developer, we have one more new developer, really good one, Tipayan. He called me and said, "Okay, Frederick, how do you want it?" And that is not the easiest way to how to answer that. How do we want the filter to look in the beginning? We have had long discussions, and I wrote them down, but I don't remember exactly. But I think actually what I showed here is what you see, and in some cases you will get one more drop down if you select that. No, if you select the number, you cannot get date because you know that date. So I think we discussed it. I have some notes, and I'm not sure, but I think we don't have that at the moment. But please try it out and come back. But you already said it to me. I'll take a note. Yeah, good point. Thank you, guys. Then where are we heading?
Yes, we are heading up for that Percy's restaurant. They're up. Yeah, and we are back here at 12:30.
Okay. See you then.
React tårerklar, men der er sgu ikke nogen, der har tid til at
Boop.
Det var søsygt.
Det kan man bare se det. Og nu starter det snart. Slice-dagen med agenda, fordi der var mange slicer, hvor agendaen ikke han er ikke særlig gammel. Ja, det kommer selvfølgelig an på, hvem man spørger. Come in, guys. Come in. Have a seat.
Where is the head?
I can reach the top almost.
Where is the headrest? I don't see.
I got no. Perfect. Everybody should be able to hear me now. I can definitely hear myself. And the last people are taking their seats now. The doors are getting closed. The people online are back. Great. Great lunch. Hope you're all full. Not too full, not sleepy yet, at least. Otherwise, I'll try to keep you awake. We're going to jump into the drawing or 3D modeling software, whatever we call it now. And maybe, Anders, if you can go to the extinguisher, because we have so many hot new features this year. That, you know how long that took to come up with? I took a little bit off my beard the other day, so the picture is almost correct. But at least it's the same face, at least. But we're going to be talking about both AutoCAD and BricsCAD. I have a little silhouette thingy here. Frederick had a Christmas present before with something. I have something at the end which explains what that is over there as well. So you can look forward to that. Maybe some of you can guess what it is. If you can, don't say it loud. But other than that, I think, let me just get this one here. I'll see if I can move a little bit around while I talk also. So, I'm going to be talking for 45 minutes. And for the first 5-10 minutes, it's gonna be agendas, text, features that are listed. Then hopefully, for the last 35 minutes, it's gonna be some videos, animations, features, screenshots, and all of this. So bear with me, the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes here is going to be the most boring. At least then you know you have something to look forward to if you think it's a little bit too boring. The agenda itself here, I'm going to list up released features for Impact CAD. The list is only for things that is already released. in the presentation, there's a few things that will be released on December 12th. But I don't go any further in this presentation because we have so much. I think this is probably the biggest version we've done, or the biggest collected upgrade we've done for more than a decade for Impact CAD. And you'll see that when we start to go through here. There's a lot general which fits some element types, all element types, or cast-in materials and so on. And then I've taken also a few things which are more or less element specific, just so you get a little bit for you guys that work specifically with some of these kind of things here. But what we're starting with is the general things, which will be applicable to almost anything. So general, walls, slabs, form slabs, columns, and linked. And then you can see, of course, slabs is also pre-stressed, hollow core, walls is also insulated and sandwich. But listing the new features. This is what I was talking about. This is not very exciting to look at, is it? All the features are very nice, but when we look at it, this new variables, DWG, so single section, beam, a lot of this has been done. A lot of great things, because it's something that shows something differently or shows something more in the technical drawings or in the model. But I'm not going to jump into these because I'll bore you to death if I do this for 45 minutes. I'm just listing up. This is 16 and 17. Usually, if you guys have followed this before, you can see 2 rows is not a lot compared to what we usually have. But that's because 16, everything that comes out in 16, of course, comes out in 17. But everything that comes out in 17 does not necessarily come out in 16. And especially from now on, we're getting to a point of you need to be in 17 if you want to use any of this new stuff. And I'll move a little bit now because I feel like a new perspective is good for me here. And now we zoom in on it as well. Very importantly here. But I have not in the following here written, is it 16, is it 17, or is it December? There is only a couple of the things that is not released already. The rest has been recently released or have been made during the year. But otherwise, when you go home and you start to look for it, if it's not there, it's definitely because it's a 17. So, focusing in on selected features. We'll start with general. And that first one, now we need that pointer, but I'm tall. I can reach it here at least. Enhanced draw casting materials. I think that one of the things that take people the most time, or at least in my experience and what I've seen, that takes the longest time to get your head around in impact design is when you need to manually set in a cast-in material on a plan drawing or on a shop drawing or something like this, where you have to keep track of what is the view. Is it left? Is it right? Is it up? Is it down? So I brought this box here. This is a box for a webcam. But the point is that this is a box. And now I need Thomas to help me. Will you turn on the microphone, Thomas? Because I need a volunteer from the audience to answer one question. How many sides is there on one box? Who will answer the question? If nobody will raise their hand, I will select someone. And you cannot give, oh, John? You said it right, John, of course. Just shout it into the microphone. 6 sides. Yeah. Hopefully not more than 6. 6 sides. When we put in casting materials into Impact, if you look at the wiki or if you look at the old training material, we have like a dice or a box that shows, you know, I'm not going to draw the whole thing, but we have the top of a casting material like this here, and then we go to the side. It will look like this, and then you know the rest of these 6. And it's easy to put it in. If you draw the 3D model like now, it's going to fill out these 6 sides yourself. But if you have these single ones, you need to put them in. You need to put it in the left, you need to put it in the top, you need to put it on some indentation side that needs to turn the right place. It needs to be registered correctly inside Impact to come up correctly on the automatically generated elevation, shop drawings, and so on. It does not only need to look correct in one place. Why do I spend 5 minutes talking about that? Because we solved it. And what we did was, basically what you do is you look at what you're not the best at, and then you look at what do the guys that are the best at do it, and then you change it so you're the best at that as well. So in this case here, you can now draw directly on the element. So this is actually the plan drawing inside AutoCAD. And you can see that this will probably repeat. There's also some settings and so on that actually shows you how you do this. When you move the mouse around, it catches that face in 3D. As what you did before, you had to remember, yeah, I need to put it to side 3 because it's the left side and it needs to put in there, and then you put it in the right place, and then you select the wrong side, and then was the opposite on the shop drawing. That's not possible with this one. So in here, you're going to place it directly on the element instead, and you can insert on these different faces, and it will, what it shows on all these is it's in the front, it says near side, it changed to view 5 by itself, view 1 when you go to a different side view, and so on. So it just handles it for us. And now I think that it starts over again. This is how you do it. When you insert the custom material, just select specify on screen. That's it. It's ready to use. This is the introduction for it, because there's much more here. You can pick the side. As I said, you can see it lights up the side for you guys. You can draw multiple in one go as well. You can switch the component. Everything is done in this thing here. And you can use the jig options. And this jig one, I realized when I was going through, I use this word a lot. Where's Michael? The word comes from him. This is going to be like the in word for Impact CAD 2022, jigs. Basically, what we call jigs is some sort of preview or something that AutoCAD will show, or Impact for BricsCAD will show we can do. In this case, you'll right-click and use properties. This is what we call the jig. When you right-click, you can use these different things. You can also lock the coordinate system so that you can only push it to one side. So you don't risk that the system will select another face than the one you were trying to do. And I really like, doing it on a ledge beam like this, because it's very easy for you guys to see what's going on. Can you see that? So we're actually both selecting the side, but also the plane that we're going to work in. So everything's just been done to make it as easy as possible to actually put that piece in where you want it. Of course, we still want you guys to use all the automated features, but oftentimes you just can't beat that. You need to put something in a specific place because it needs to connect to something else somewhere. Jig options, again, we use this word. You can offset them. You can add 90 degrees, subtract 90 degrees, justify for easier placement. And there's another example here as well, that you can align the boundary, for example, for a slab here, so that when we set something in, it's going to follow this rounded side along here. So one thing here, and this is again for most element types, this is not so much about the element type itself, but actually about the custom materials. I started by saying that, well, this is the move from 16 to 17. It's the biggest move we've seen in design as a whole thing for a decade, which means also that, of course, this is not only custom materials either. You can also undo, that was the last one. This is also for your recesses. So here's just another example of a wall, but the principle is the same. When you add in recesses, you just select the side or the face, I think we call it. and which is for a lot of these things here. What you might also notice is that when we actually do them, we get some measurements and so on. So this is also a big thing here in 17. And the fantastic thing again here is that, you know, it's applicable anywhere you, almost anywhere you use it. Pick the side on screen exactly like on the other one. Basically, the way we do this here, this is just made with a you know, a set depth. You can do it however you like. But basically, if we go through this, it's very similar to the casting materials here. But the whole point is just that you don't have to select the side anymore before you put it in. You don't need to even think about it. You just need to put it where it needs to go. So that's the whole point. And hopefully this saves you a lot of headache. How many people of you guys are actively drawing in Impact Design? Just raise your hands. So like 50, 55%. There's a lot of people. Hopefully this is something you will all use. I almost say tomorrow. As soon as you have 17, remember to use that specify on screen. It's going to save you so much trouble and headache because you don't have to redo stuff. Side on the user coordinate system or the plane again. The exact same as before. You've seen it before. Now it's just, you know, with a recess instead. Back to an example with a beam. And again, these different things you can use in the jigs. A line boundary as well. And you can undo also, which is a very nice thing. So you can undo if you had one or two too many. So straight in to the next one. There's a little bit of text already. But we're staying with the components right now. We're talking about casting materials. Again, it's about making it easy to work and saving you guys to do stuff. So basically, we've added in automatic download and upload of the, what is it called, the components files. So when you create, it's maybe a little bit on an admin level, but when you create the casting materials, it creates a drawing for each of these views. And if you don't have those ones, you're not going to be able to see it. You don't find out until you've used it or until one of your colleagues says, I can't see these casting materials. Well, you won't have to think about that, or at least for the guys that are using this sync, you won't have to think about that in the future either because it will automatically do it. It will automatically download when you import the casting item, and will automatically upload when you're done editing it. So this is the next picture. The arrow's the other way around. This little cloud logo here. As well as the components here. There's also other components. And while we were at file sync, I thought, well, might as well bring in a little bit for the drawing panels as well. So, so we've implemented the panels themselves into the sync as well, where we'll lock and so on. But that was to wrap it up a little bit. When you draw, is a little bit the same thing. I'm trying to keep the same topic a little bit on the general one. Is where people are saying, oh my God, every time I have to put in a casting material, I put it on the wrong side. Yeah, remember the box. Yeah, I know the box, Nikolai. A little bit the same here, but this is more, you have 500 beam definitions. And, you know, do you want to see only the ones on the project? Do you want to see the local and the common and so on? And we've had it for some of the definitions. But basically now we've implemented it for also the slabs, also the linked elements, also the beams and the columns. So basically, when you have a project, then you need to use this LB586824 on that project 50 times. You don't want to select it in a schedule of 200 elements all 50 times. So this can be set on the project properties, of course. So it doesn't have to be a common setting. You can just set it in that project if this is one where you're going to be working with this. General for these things we're jumping through is that each thing will probably save you between 10 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. But there's just so many that it's hopefully it's going to be it is going to be hours every week. If it's going to be more than that every day, we'll see. But you guys have to let us know once you start actually using these things. Some of you are already doing it. Some of you are already on 17 and just automatically doing this. But those of you who aren't, you get some good reasons at least to shift here. So another thing here is the elevation drawings, and it's not a completely common thing, of course, because elevations we only do on some types of the elements. But last year, or in 16 year, we implemented the elevations in the plan drawings, so we get the actual mapping of the elevation instead of only having them on the drawing. Then they can be mapped into the system that will understand it and so on. This is also implemented for elevations now. And this is just an animation showing actually how to do it. So that means that it's, we can call it it's full circle now. So we have them on both these types of drawings that we actually need them on. End caps, lining up end caps. We do a lot of lining up MEP keys and things like this, but sometimes when you send a drawing to a customer or colleague, you want an overview of what end caps, what details and what things have been used in the project. So we've added a line up end caps as well. So you don't have to sit and put them on yourself. It even lines up, lists up which elements are in. It works on all drawings. All the that specific type that you will choose will be drawn in the project. It will list it up, as I mentioned. They will all have, which is very nice to know if you're sitting with it, it is drawing your level of detail too. So if it does not look like this, it's because you need to change your level of detail too. It might also be you want to look more detailed, but you can control that in the level of detail too, in the end caps. And for each, we also mention this. And you can see here that there's 2 rows. Sometimes you just want them to go in one direction. Maybe you are using 100 end caps. Then it's going to be a little too wide. So we have variable as well here. So this is one of the, when we have 100 features, maybe 50 of them are these variables here. One of the ones that look boring, but it's very, very highly relevant, so that we don't just get 100 end caps next to each other, but we get 10 rows of 10, for example. So the in word of 2022 for Impact CAD, jigs. More jigs. I already talked about jigs. But now it's more common. Improved jigs. What does it mean? It means a lot, actually. Previews for elements, measurements, raised side. This one, it starts, I think, a little bit at the end of the movie. We'll let it start over here. So, for example, we're drawing a panel. It already says 420. You can see the width here. For me, at least, maybe it's just me who's not a smart man, but often when I draw something, I just start and draw it. And I need a 200 millimeter panel, and I'm drawing 151. And then I'm going to change it. It takes me 5 seconds. But those 5 seconds I save here because it tells me you're drawing a 15 centimeter one. In this case, it's a 420 millimeter sandwich wall. But these jigs are here. There will be much more. These are the simple ones. Then we add in a door or window here. It also shows us where we add that one in. And the one that comes next to it is just, some slabs, just to show an example there as well. But we'll get some more examples. It's to be found a lot of places. And a lot of places. I'm showing you a couple of examples here. When you start using it, this is automatic. You can see the measurements here that follow along when you move the window. You have them already. You didn't have that before. So I don't know how many places. I don't even have a count of how many places this has been implemented and how many small things, probably hundreds. And I'm showing you 5 examples or something like this. So this is something just to go home and be happy about, because this will just be there when you're in 17. So, but don't worry, we'll get back to jigs later again. But this was just more about general, you know, the jigs and so on. So, but let's jump into some element-specific stuff. Walls, sandwich walls, insulated walls. And now comes maybe, I don't know if it's boring, it's not an animation at least, but it's highly relevant and very, very nice to know when to use, to save a lot of time as well. Improved sections. I'm not writing anything more about this, but there's now 3 different types of sections you can do. The black thing here, this is what you can change, how it will show. There's 3 different ways of this. You need to go into a wiki to check this out, because we're going to run out of time otherwise. But we have improved sections. Now there's a hatch for the installation in the elevation view for sandwich panels. There's improved boundary polylines. There's a couple of different examples. There's something more with opening end caps. So there's a lot of small tweaks that have been done on the 2D views, especially visible in the sandwich panels, which are typically much more complex, the drawings. Boundary polyline installation sections, and I forget to write jigs here. More jigs. We'll split this one completely old-fashioned. We get jigs, but wait, more jigs. Show mass also. And so here you can start to split elements by size or mass, or you know, however you like. So it's all about, you know, what can we save another 10 seconds here again by not changing it later on. And now we come to one that's a little bigger development. The jigs is huge, but each one is small. But this one is actually, I wouldn't say huge, it's big. Braces. So we have the inserts in the walls. We know where the bracings are going to be. We don't know where they're going to be in the slabs until now. We've added the function that can add the braces into the elements, and it will do clash detection as well. So you cannot have 2 braces on top of each other in corners and so on. This is just a screenshot of you know, the setup of it. And I already said that. So let's go to the exciting stuff and how you actually do it. Slabs, walls, there doesn't have to be slabs underneath, but there can be. Add braces. And you know, what is the size? What do we prefer as an angle and so on? Do we want to add bracing anchors in the slabs? Yes, please. And then for the whole building, or for all the elements we marked and so on, the whole floor, maybe it's better to keep it in. We'll get them. But you can see you have the plan to the left of me, to the right for you guys. 2 of them are red. That's because they're crossing each other. It doesn't solve it for us, because we don't treat the computer as it's smarter than it actually is. But basically we can go in and we can change it ourselves. So the point is that if we do have these clashes, we'll catch them now, because we usually didn't do this. And it takes literally 10 seconds to add it to these elements. Now we have the casting materials in the slabs as well. That was shortly about wall sandwich insulated. Can't spend more time on it because we have a lot of other elements and some more larger features. And I have 17 minutes left, so we'll spend the time well. Linear casting materials. I think this is a great one for especially balconies. And I think this video, it almost speaks for itself when we follow along. So there's like a dripping nose, we call it in Denmark, and an edge, and basically we can add them now. And it doesn't look fantastic or super modern here. We add it. The point was that we could not use this function before, so now we have it as well. And as soon as we add it, now it's just getting added, and of course we have to add it to the element afterwards. Then you'd have the rip nose and everything in 3D here. And I'll just let it finish so you guys can see how it looks, but also importantly, so you can see the time it takes. Because this is just an animation of Michael. It's actually Michael who made most of the animations here. So thank you, Michael. Saved me a lot of time. And then you can see here the detail in 3D. This is a very nice one. So this is an example of what could the linear casting materials be in the slabs. Improved ducts, a little bit the same principle as the linear casting materials. When we draw the ducting here, it will automatically connect it. What we're doing to the left here for me, for the right for you, is drawing it up. This is how it's look after it's been drawn. And we'll let it run through here a little bit, but you can see that it will curve itself, it will follow along. And once we update, it will actually cut these ducts in to it as well. So basically you can sit and freehand draw it, and once you save the element, everything will be updated for it. So again, something very easy to work with. Connections. Now you can add more than one connection at a time. An example again, we call this like a recess, but then on that recess we add a fishtail as well. So now you can see it actually adds two. So instead of just making one hole, we make one hole and one indentation. So we can add this. So a lot of simple things in again, and it's just completely free how you want to place it as well. And this again, this is one example. So you guys are probably able to think of a lot of different ways to use here. One more thing here. This one I know some people are happy to have to lift the slabs in the side instead of in the top or the back and the front, or what we want to call it, even with the capacity of it as well. So in this example here, we only need 50% capacity in the front, but we need 100% in the back. You can control that and impact, getting everything automated and set up here for side and front lifters of slabs if you don't put the lifters in the top here. So now we come to another one. You don't have to read all the text, don't worry. I'll go through it. There's a lot of text here. Hollow core walls. Walls as a hollow core is not a new thing invention by any standards, and you could do it in Impact. If you draw some hollow core, you rotated them before. But this is about actually using the command to do what you want it to do. Again, so you don't have more steps. And a lot more than that also, but I have some videos that show it. So basically, maybe we have some fencing around some compound, some villas or something like this. And we can select, how tall should it be, which type of hollow core do we have from the production line. It's just selecting a definition like everything else in Impact. Here we have 3, and then you just simply draw them as a wall. And you can see when you have the 3D here, I'll go over here because this will keep going for a little while, this animation. That we show it in the 3D. This is actually directly from the CAD system. We just use 2 windows. So you can see it 3D and 2D at the same time. So if you guys don't use that, you just create a layout in there as well. Then we can split it afterward. And then we can make this piece higher. That's what the animation is doing for the rest of the video here. So it's about editing this one a little bit. This, I think, is the most widely used type of a hollow core wall. It's also the simplest one. It's very easy to just draw up, and if you have some indentations, if it's the fence to your neighbor, of course, when you drive into your driveway, you want it to be low. When you get up to his yard, you want it to be more than your own height, so they can't see you in your underwear in the morning. But this is just the slabs horizontally. What about vertically? There's just a lot of listing what you could do in here. But again, we'd rather see on these videos here. So now we're using them as vertical walls instead. And what we can do is we can draw them vertically, but other than that, we can also use a gable function. I don't remember if we exactly call it gable in here. A line edge, I can see what we call it. And then you can edit it on that and keep doing like this. So it's like some sort of like mini wall feature for your holocourse. But they are of course used in simple walls like this, and then you get be able to make a shape like this and edit and so on. More vertical examples. This one is a very nice one. It's not exactly concrete, but this is one that Michael made as well. I had to take this one in the presentation. It's just an example of the possibilities of doing it. So this is more like in the harbor, you have these waffle plates instead of steel. So basically, if you can do the profile, you can use the function. Form slabs and double walls. There's not so many animations here, but what's important is there. It's taken us until Impact 17 for some weird reason to add layouts to double walls. But now you're welcome. We wanted to always have had it, but of course we can only make one thing at a time. Finally, layouts for double walls as well. I talked about recesses. I talked about cast-in items. I did not mention MEP keys. I've done a lot of work with MEP keys as well, and inserting MEP keys. And in this case here, it's drawing it directly to the element. You draw multiple. You can use jig options again. So now we're back here. You can undo. Basically, if you're in doubt of what you can do in Impact, especially from now on, right-click on the mouse when you're doing something. Right-click in the middle of the function. See what happens. You'll probably be pleasantly surprised in 80% of the times that there's some functionality you don't know. For me, there's so many things I didn't know as well. So it's very nice to be able to do this a little bit, testing yourself. The jigs again for the measurements when we place them are here again. On the layouts, now we have the double wall layout. We also have the solid. We've got the form slab layout in 16. We also have the solid now. Again, it's the same thing I would say about the layouts. Of course, we should always have had it, but one thing at a time. But now we're there. I think it's very important that you can get this. And these two, they show some reinforcement, and this size may not be that easy to see, but it depends on what you want to see of that 3D modeling of it. I think Linus had some very nice examples in Revit as well, using the 3D models actually as drawings as well. But here we have a little bit of a mix, of course. The last thing I want to do end up with the form slabs. I really like it actually, and it's not that it's not really sexy to look at, but the functionality itself I think is. You have your reinforcement, secondary and primary reinforcement, have their own layers now. You put them on the element mark block for the form slab, but because they have their own layers, you can switch them on and off like you want. So again, it's something that if you need it in your plan, it's very easy to get it. It's very easy to hide it again and put another plan for someone who don't need it if there's too many details. Switched on and off, utilizing layers. So now we have columns and beams. And if you remember correctly, and if you look at the time, we have columns and beams, and then we have linked. We still have not talked about this silhouette I had in the beginning. We'll get to it. More MEP keys, but in columns. This is something Pascal, before he worked at TrueSoft, would be very happy to have. But now your old colleagues can enjoy it instead, Pascal. This video, it explains itself. You can add the MEP keys into it. And you get it on the drawings as well, as with all the other element types. A small thing also here, but it could also be a highly relevant thing, is showing the actual custom materials in the RC views. We've done it in the walls. We've done it in the sandwich walls. It's almost like the Formslab double walls. We want everything, everywhere, anywhere. So I thought I wanted to bring this one along as well. We've done a lot of things in reinforcement also, in reinforcement groups, sections, all of this. I've not brought any of that because I only have 6 minutes left. So I knew I wasn't going to have time for it. And I want 5 minutes for this last thing. Stairs. We've said stairs before. We've said we do like this, we make this tool, we do like that. This is a completely new take on this. Here, parenthesis, it says only AutoCAD right now, I would say. We've used some functionality in the setup and the API that only exists there right now. But what does it actually mean? It says also modeling. So it's not a stairs module we've made. I call it maybe like a wizard or something like this. And it almost feels like wizardry because it's very easy to do it. And it's not only a straight stair. That would be boring, right? You don't really need much help for modeling a straight stair. It's when we get to something like the 180 turning ones or the revolving ones, that's when, if you have to make it, so you get a plannable 3D model, it takes hours and hours, maybe a whole day in some cases. Basically, what you need is the plan of the stair. You need that anyways, or you have that anyways, you have to have it. Polylines and lines, that's it. I'm taking some animations here as well. The tool inside Impact looks like this. There's two things you need to do. Only two things. What is the thickness and what is the height of the stair? Could be the floor height, but then what is the thickness? And then Impact will draw it up for you. So as I mentioned before, for the straight stairs, it's boring. This is not impressive. This saves time, but not that much. Then there's a couple of more things, recess and first step. You can do, you know, a lower first step, a lower last step, for example, some small things here. And it does not detail it, you know, 100% finished in 3D, but it models it up. So it's, I don't know what we should call it, good enough. You know, it's perfect for planning. You don't get all those small fancy details, but it takes you a lot of the way and a lot of the things that take time. Now again, for these ones, it doesn't take so much time. But when we start to look at something, it's halfway through these GIFs, they'll just run and run and run. We'll let it finish up. This is just showing you can just copy them up on the floor. But something like this, if you have to draw this in AutoCAD and make it 3D, if you can make this, you know, in less than a few hours, then you're, I've never seen that before. But here, this is literally the time it takes. That's it. It took a second. You just need the height. And then you have it. Revolving stairs, the same. The difference is that instead of a line or a polyline, it's just an arc we use, which is, I think, basically a polyline function as well. You can use edit stair as well. It means basically you can open it up and change it afterwards. But you can also use, if you go back and look at the last 2-3 user conferences, there's new tools for linked elements. You know, how do you make easy drawings? How can you easily mirror linked elements and things like that? All those work on the stairs as well, because it's basically just a linked element. We just added a couple of parameters that makes Impact understand the volume of the stair, so it can create this for us. So it's something that sounds very simple, and it is also very simple, but it's like getting to that point of where it makes sense to make it. And this definitely, we definitely believe all of this makes 100% sense. There is not a single thing which is extra here. It is the bare bones, but exactly what we need at this stage. Mirror linked, well, basically it's mirror linked element. Let's just let it mirror it. There we go. Draw linked. And then this one, which is very nice, a jig also. Before, when you inserted a linked element, it asks you where do you want to put it. And it still does. But when you move the mouse before, you had to select. Now when you do it, it shows you before you set it there, where it is. So again, you don't have to re-rotate, replace, and so on, because you can see what you're doing before you do it. It's a little bit the same principle as putting in the casting items as before. So so I think we're very happy about this as well. This is one of those few things which is out 12th of December. So it's ready, it's done, it's tested. We just need to merge it in, release, and so on for you guys. So it's in a month. You can use it. So that's it. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds for questions. I think 1 minute or two over is fine as well. Any questions? Yeah.
So I saw you adding linear custom materials. That's nice. How about elevation? You showed a drainage pipe. It needs to have a little inclination or descent.
Slabs to elevation. Or
the pipe.
linear casting elements in
Yeah, you showed
elevation.
some dots. For water. You need to-
Oh yeah. No, you mean the inclines on the slab? Oh, not yet, not yet. It's a little too complex, but hopefully we'll get there.
So those were some impressive stairs. Can you split that element?
Split it.
You showed some impressive. Because sometimes you would have the need to do that. So stairs, I realize it's going to break itself.
Yeah.
You can't actually erect it. So you need to split it and start over, sort of.
I think it's a good. I think by my reaction, you get the answer is no. but I think it's a good thing to have in mind to when you edit actually to see if you can select a point or something.
All right. That's it.
Great.
You said that there's a portion here that you said it's only in AutoCAD. Do you have platform support in BricsCAD?
Yeah, the thing we have to wait for is that Bricsys need to make that functionality. They know what it is, so it's at their table. So that means, Marvin, is the day that they can do it, we make sure you can use it in BricsCAD also. Great, you're sure? Perfect. I think we have 10 minutes, 9 minutes it is now, and then we have Mr. Knudsen with some project. Thank you.
So I think that it's 25. So if people can find their seats, then I think we should try and start. Can you hear? Here? Can you hear me? Little? More louder? It's okay. Yeah, I know. So now Peter's here, so I think everyone is in here now. Ah, that's great. I will start. So, as we can see here on this beautiful guy down here in the lower right corner, my name is Dennis Knudsen, and many of you might know me from the support, but I'm actually also the product owner of Impact Project. And I have been given this opportunity to this year live present what we have done a bit in the project manager. The agenda for the presentation here can be divided into two areas: old but gold, and focus on selected features. Each year we go in and develop a lot of things in the different applications, and project manager is of course is also here in the project manager. And if I had to go through all the features, it will be quite long and probably also quite boring. So I've chosen 8 features here that I wanted to talk about. Old but gold is actually things that has been presented before, but was not ready or not released. And now when we have released Impact 17, it is very relevant to talk about these things again. And also now, when I'm here live, you cannot run anywhere. You cannot run away from your computer. So that's also a positive thing. The selected features here is something that, or the features at the bottom, is things that will be available in, or is available now in 17, or will be available in the Q4. Notifications. Notifications is a thing that we have implemented to enhance the communication between the users in Impact. So basically, we can go in and have automatic notifications that is Impact notifying the users, or manually, notifications where a user notify another user. So this provides or gives the users a possibility to take communication to a higher level in Impact. If we start with the automatic notification, this notification here can be enabled to get a daily or weekly or monthly notification about what has changed in the project to the to the planning or to the drawings. For this to work, we need to have something behind the scenes in the service configuration tool set up, but this is something the IT department, of course, can help you with. The notifications needs to be set up in either Resource Manager or in Project Manager. So basically, the user or the admin of the company can go in and set if this should be enabled, what things should be included in this automated notification, if the changes should be highlighted in a specific color, or if there should be a warning if dates are within a certain range. Each user can then, after this, go in and choose to subscribe to either different projects or factories and divisions. It's either projects or factories. And then get this, automatic notification. As we can see here in this example, the changes has been highlighted with yellow up in the updated planning data, and in the reverse drawings, we can see that it's within a certain time span, and therefore it will give warning. Where the automatic notifications is a bit more Impact communicating data to the users, manually notifications are a bit more human. And when I say human, I mean it's basically the users notifying other users. This can be done within the notification dialog, of course. So either we can do it on a project-specific level, or we can attach it to element IDs or drawings, so it's easier for the users to go in and see what is this about. Each notification needs to have a title. It can have a description where the user can describe what is this notification about. It also needs to have some users to send it to, so therefore we can type in the email of the designers, or we can choose to use what is called send lists. So basically a send list is if you have a department and this whole department needs to be notified, we can choose that send list and therefore not having to type in all their emails. It can also have attachments, and it can also be created as an email if people prefer to get it as that. All the notifications are stored within the notifications tab. So basically when the user receives a notification, it will be shown in the small bell at the top with a sound or a color, a dot, red dot, if this is chosen in the settings, of course. But all the notifications are in here, so it will be easier for users to go in and find all, old communication on this project. So basically now we can have all the communication regarding this project within, the project itself. This feature here, erection tools, or is not one feature, is multiple features, is actually already available in Impact 16. But my, vision for the project manager is not only to have it as a tool for linking the design and the production, but also an effective tool for the project managers and the erection planners. So we have done some things throughout the years to try to go in that direction. We've added erection time to all the specific different element types. So basically this default type here is how long does it take to erect an element out on site. Of course, the element placement is not, or element erection time is not always standardized, or what you call it, because elements can differ in geometry, it can also differ in placement. So therefore, it's of course also possible to change in on each element ID if an element is more complex to erect. There's also been added crane time for building and floors. So basically this is the time where it takes to move the element from the storage or the truck to the place where it should be erected. These two things here, makes the foundation for a fast way to plan erection. With the function automatic calculation of erection dates, we can go in and use this data to set all the rough erection dates on the elements. There's also been added a new division type called erection divisions. This division type here functions the exact same way as the other divisions we have, but is used for the erection crew. So basically we can go in here and set how many hours is available per day and if they have a special holiday calendar. And this here also sets the limits on how many elements can be erected per day. We also added cranes to the project manager. Before, cranes was restricted to the AutoCAD part, but because we want to enhance the erection part, we also have added this in here. Cranes need a definition, like many other things in AutoCAD or in Impact, it needs a definition. So basically we can have a standard definition from a standard admin that we can import into the project with something called standard exchange. Basically we take it from either the standard or a project where it has been used and import it into the project. And here we can modify it if we want to. If we don't want to have the crane project specific, we can of course also just use a common one. When this has been, added, or when we have chosen the definition we want to use, we can go in and add the crane into the model space. So basically we choose the definition that should be used, what the crane should be named, and also if the crane should have any restrictions regarding if it only should be active on building 1, floor 1, or in certain phases. After that, we can go in and select where it should be placed in the model space and if it should have any angle restrictions. When the crane has been added into the model space, we of course want to add the crane to the elements. This is done by going into the element IDs and finding the crane in the drop-down menu. In the next video here, we can see how this is done, but also that cranes with restrictions will also be shown that if they have restrictions. So basically, as we can see here, the element mark that we want to put a crane on has a mass on almost 5 tons. One of the cranes that is within range, crane 1, 2, 3, can only, carry 2.5. So when we go into the element ID and want to assign a crane, we can see, and I don't know if we can see the colors, but the 1, 2, 3 is shown as red. It can be chosen, but it's shown as red because this indicates that the crane cannot carry the element. There's also a crane outside of the picture on another building, and this crane is not selectable because it's not within range. The cranes can also be assigned, what you say, in the erection planning module, and it will have the same ruling. So basically, if it's not within range, it will not be shown in the drop-down menu, and if it's cannot lift the element, it will be shown as red. One of the main benefits of what you say moving the crane from AutoCAD into the model space is that we can do a crane check or load check on all the elements at once, and not only that specific plan where the crane is inserted. So basically, we have two checks. We have the general load check, where all the elements are held against all the all the cranes in the model. So basically, if one crane in the model can lift the element, then the element will be shown as green. The element color will also automatically change up here at the top to crane check. So green means that it can be lifted, red means that it's not possible to lift. If an element is, if a crane is attached to an element, then it will be upheld against what you say the crane that is assigned to the element. And in this case here, we can see that the crane cannot lift the element here. We also have a crane load check, and basically what this means, instead of using all the cranes, we are using the one specific crane that we have marked. And again, it will be shown as red and green. Yes, and of course, what you say, it's possible to do the normal functionalities like copy, move, and hide the cranes. So we don't want to see unnecessary things. For example, we don't want to have to put in the same crane again and again by adding the crane. So more functionalities has been added. The function calculate erection dates is what you say, the gathering of all the data that we have put into what you say, as I talked about the times and stuff like that earlier. So basically, what this function does is that it takes the erection sequence, it uses the crane time and the erection time for each element ID, and hold it against the erection crew. So these things combined make it possible for Impact to calculate in what order and how many elements can we erect per day. So basically, here we go in, give it, should it either be the start date or the end date, depending on should it be increasing or decreasing. And then we basically just hit apply. Then the planned erection date will be applied to all the selected elements. In combination with, combine this here with what you say, the rough planning dependencies that we have, then is it actually possible to rough plan all the marked elements with a single click. There's also been added a new status type called erected. And this status type here is automatic, as we call it within Impact, is an automatic status type. So basically, when the element is set as erected, it will change the status, and it will also give it what you say, the current erection date. If we now jump to the follow-up tab, in Impact 17, this tab here has been totally rewritten. I don't know if you can remember how it looks in 16, because I don't know or think that anyone is using it that much. But in Impact 17, the follow-up tab will contain a Gantt chart that can contain multiple projects and custom activities. It also have a color filter, so we can set different colors on the different activities. And when we gather all this, it will provide a much better overview of the whole process or the project planning. We can go in the tab and set the visibility range. We can add custom activities. We can compare older versions. But before we can do that, we need to manage a filter. This filter here needs to be either, or can either be personal or what you say, shared. The filter in the filter you can set up how many projects it should be, what buildings, what floors, element types should be contained, what activities should be shown, if it should be custom activities, if they should be shown, and how should the structure of the Gantt chart be. So this here allows the users to go in and modify what you say and set what should we actually show in this here and what is needed for me as a user. As mentioned, we can also go in and set different colors. We can set what days should be active and other things in the setting. Custom activities can be added. Custom activities is basically what you say, activities that is not set in the filter and can be things that are what you say outside of impact. So basically we can go in and add information that is what you say outside of impact, so we have everything gathered. The tooltip, or if you hover over an activity, it will show a tooltip that shows different information about this activity. In this case here, it shows the start, end date, and duration, overdue elements, and how many elements there are in this, what you say, activity. As mentioned, we can the user go in and compare older versions of the Gantt chart. And why do we want to do that? We of course want to do this because we want to spot changes and we want to see if the changes are correct. So by comparing what you say different Gantt charts, we can see here that some of the things are highlighted. And the highlighted things here is the changes. It's also possible to go in and export this Gantt chart out either as a picture or to MS Project. By exporting it to MS Project gives the opportunity, I don't know what you say, how many of you do this, but it gives the opportunity to take the what you say factory information and put it into the overall Gantt chart. Element history. Element history can be found in the what you say element ID tab. And what you say, as we can see here in this nice picture here, we have something called show element history and show element status history. And this is of course quite confusing. But basically the element status history is from Impact 16. This here is showing one line per status. And then you might think, why do we need an element history? The element history is basically a more intelligent version of what you say the element status history. The element history will contain what you say more information, not only about the status of the element, but also what you say of planned dates and what you say other planned activities. What we also can do in here is that we can go in and isolate the changes and also go in and set filters to give a better overview of what has actually happened for this element here. And the plan is also that the element history will over time overtake what you say the element status history. So that will be phased out over time. File sync. File sync has already been mentioned a little bit by Nikolai. And what you say, file sync is also something that keeps popping up at my presentations at the user conference. So the ones that have seen my other presentations know what it is and how it works. And that's also why here in File Sync 2.0, I will not be talking about the overall functionality, about how it works, but more about the small improvements, or big, as Nikolai showed, improvements that we have made throughout the year. What we have added here is we have added the possibility to sync the files on the top node of components and on settings. Before that, or before this, we needed to go in on each component that contained files and do the synchronization. So now we can do all this with a single click. As Nikolai mentioned, have we added file sync to components in AutoCAD. And this is, of course, a great improvement and a great step in the correct direction of fully automate different things. But as he also mentioned was that in here is not where every user goes in and use the custom materials. This is probably just the admins, or if you want to edit the custom materials, and then it gets synced. So the way we communicate it out to, or want to communicate it out to the users, that a component or setting drawings has been changed, is by adding notifications to these types of things. So basically now the user can go in and subscribe on custom materials or components and setting files. So every time there is a change, the user will get notified. So basically, if the file is getting updated, the user will get notified. If there is a new one, the user will get notified. In this way, we communicate out that stuff has been changed and therefore minimize the risk of using things that should not be used or is not fully updated. There's also been added file sync from the model view, and this might seem like a small thing, but I have been talking with a lot of you, and this is something that many of you have told me that you use the model view a lot, and therefore we have added the file sync out here. We have also added automatic sync on open read only. So now when we go in and use the function open as read only, it will automatically go in and download a cloud version, or the cloud version if there is a newer version in the cloud. In this way, we also ensure that we always are looking at the newest version of stuff. Throughout the years, we have worked a lot with the file sync, and we have tried to, of course, make it as automatic and safe as possible. But as probably everyone knows, is that software is software, and sometimes things happen. So therefore, we have chosen to open up or enable, or what you will call it, the download cloud copy function for all file sync statuses except in what is called in sync. In this way, the user can go in and always download the version from the cloud and then review and see what should be done based on that review. A new function, or another function that we have added, is something called publish. This functionality is actually already available in Impact 16. In 17, there are some extra, options, but with the, is it Q4, I think, maybe Q3, I think maybe it's already available, but it can be used at least from the Q4. But this here basically plots, batch signs, and make machine exports at the same time. For those of you that already know the batch sign functionality, this dialog here looks familiar. There's a little bit more here at the bottom, but basically we can set the status, approve date, design date, insert the signature block, and set if the element should be ready for production. With the publish, we can also go in and say that the drawing should be plotted and what plot template should be used. We can also go in and say if there should be any machine, files exported in the same time. This requires in in Impact 16 that the status of the drawing is building drawing. So basically all this here is gathered in one function. What it in practical will do is that it will create a zip file containing all the information that, or all the things that we have said that it should publish. This zip file here is placed on the folder location that is specified in the in the service configuration tool, again, IT, and will have the name of the project, the user email, and the time and date for the publish. Then you can always track it back to the persons who did it. In Impact 17, is it possible to go in and set default settings for these, what you say, publish. So basically we can go in and say if we want it to be on Formslavs, it should always be a specific template that should be used. We should always go in and export these machine files. It's also possible to go in and say on specific drawing types, for example, 30 dash, but we assume that 30 dash is not a machine file or is a shop drawing, and therefore we can only choose the JSON export. We can also go in and lock. No? No? Yeah, perfect. Magic. We can also go in and lock what you say the line here, so it cannot be changed, even though if the what you say the status is BH. So as we can see here at the bottom, now the status is not BH, but here at the bottom we can see that everything is grayed out for the trained eye, but it is grayed out and it cannot be changed. In that way, we of course ensure that all the things is correct, what you will say. Publish can also be accessed from multiple places in the project manager as the model view. And again, this requires some IT things. So basically it requires what we call a cloud storage, the same as FileSync actually. And this can be set up in some different ways, but that's IT. Yes. In 17, we have decided to split up or make a new, what we call it, status machine, is it called? Because it has been a request from many of the designers to have these, what you say, processes split into element process and design process. This is now possible with the design status. So basically we have the following status types. We have none, preliminary, review, building, and as built. The only status type that can be in here more than once is the status type none. And this status type is basically what I will call an in-between status. So basically this means that this is a status that needs to be set manually. It could, for example, be, I don't know, reinforcement, something like that. The other statuses will trigger when certain, what you say, parameters are met. In the project manager or in the drawings, there has been added a column called drawing status. This is also shown on the drawing properties. And as we can see here, the status changes according to the drawing status. So right now, this is attached to drawing status. As mentioned, it's possible to go in and set manually statuses. So when I go in and set this reinforcement here, when I then go in and update my drawing status, it will automatically be overridden by the automatic status. As we can see. Yes, in the model view, we have added a new element color called design. And this will basically show the, what you say, the design status of the elements in the model view. We also have a nice color table up at the top left to show what each color means. Last but not, what you say, less, what do you call it, for this feature here, we also have a design status history. So basically we can go in here and see what has been changed throughout the lifetime or lifespan of the element, who has changed it and when has this been changed. So this can also give, what you say, a better overview of what has happened throughout the process. The last thing that I would like to talk about is import-export projects between projects and standards. This has long been, what you say, restricted to linked elements, and the ones who work with this knows that it is restricted, of course. But basically, when we wanted, if you want to move elements from one standard to another standard, it could only be done as, what you say, linked. Or if you want to be able to update it later, it could only be done as linked. In the video here, we can see that I have five elements. These 5 elements here would I like to export to another standard, basically a fabric or a factory or something like that, under what you say different standard and under a different project name, because we have some other rules in this factory. So basically what we have done is that we have unlocked the possibility to what you say export the project. We could do this before also in 16, no issues here, but we could not update the what you say the elements unless it was linked. So what we've done is that we base it on the GUID. GUID is a unique number for each what you say element. So now when we want to update the elements, or this element here with the opening, we can go in and make an element mark export of this one here. Not export as linked, but export element mark. Then it will be what you say comparing the GUID in the project that is imported into and insert the opening. This of course sets some requirements for what you say the designers and the people who are transferring the information. First of all, the GUID needs to be the same. That's the first requirement, of course, because if the GUID is not the same, then it will insert a new element instead of updating it. If the GUID is the same, then it will go in and update the element with the opening. Second requirement is that the components needs to be present, either in the what you say in the common level or in the project level, because otherwise it cannot insert an opening. It does not know what contains of information, if that makes sense. But this also opens up that we can do full what you say project exports, where we go in and update the project with the correct element types instead of exporting it as linked. As we can see here, the first 5 elements are updated and the other elements here are inserted. That we base it on GUID also opens up export the planning. So basically, as we can see in the video, it's possible to export the planning between different standards. And of course, now some of you that have been working with what you say statuses and all that stuff thinks, but what if the standard has different status types, or not different status types, but different what you say, as we can see here, colors and numbers. The status type is always the same. And that's actually also the answer. What we do is that we map the status type. We also export the status type with the planning, and then we map it in this picture here, we can see, and then we map it to the standard that we imported into. So in the one standard, ready for production or produced or whatever, can have a number and a color. In the standard that we imported into, it can be a different color or a different number. Basically, we map it on the status type. This was all I had to show. Everyone is awake, so that's probably a good thing. Do we have any questions? Nej, ikke dig, Sam. Yeah.
Like if I review a model, is it possible to check, for instance, the position of the window or something in the model and see measurements here?
Measurements in the model?
Yeah.
No. That was not in the presentation.
I know.
That's just a side question. Throw me under the bus.
Not what you want, what was in the presentation.
Oh, yes, exactly. And specific people, not you yet, Jacob. No. Yeah.
With cranes.
Yeah.
It went a bit fast.
Yes.
There's still no elevation C option.
You can either choose if the crane should be below the elements or above.
Do they follow me? I must have better have checked it out.
Yeah, if you, for example, if you isolate floor 1 and then you can then you can say that it should be above, then it will jump to what you say, floor 1. Yeah, it will use what is shown in the model view, basically.
Because in calculation, does it take into account that maybe elevation here, or is it like just a cylindrical calculation?
It's a cylinder calculation.
I have a question about the mass for the element. If the mass is wrong, wouldn't the grain be wrong as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you need to talk with the designers of making the mass correct.
A second question about the grain. There's a certain sweet spot with length and height, so the grain can be lift at higher amounts. So like, let's say we are at 3 meters, probably 10 tons. If we go on to 4 meters, we will lift 10.5 tons.
Yeah, but what you say? Let's see.
Last time we tried that, it said you aren't allowed to do a higher load.
In that way. No, I think that's the same. I think that's the same. Yeah. Yes, that's the same.
With this export UE connection, and you work on one project in factory and once the project change elements and element IDs.
As long as it's this, what you say, the same GUID, then yes, because what you say, the GUID will not change. It's when you have saved it, then it's that number or that ID. So as long as what you say, GUID that you want to, or the element you want to update is having the same, then it should be possible, yes.
In the crane sample, I think it is for tower crane. Am I correct?
Sorry?
Is it for tower crane? The one that you.
Good question. It's a crane.
That's a tower crane.
Yes.
Yeah. What about if we are using mobile crane?
That's not what you say. That's not available right now. But of course, that's something we could look into.
You can put multiple locations on the same frame.
I was thinking that one also, but it will be too crowded.
Yeah.
Then you have to consider also the boom.
No, not the boom. Jacob. I don't think it was.
Just an addition to your messaging system, I was messing around with it, and at least at that point, I was restricted from sending a message to myself. But from a testing perspective, it would be nice. At least when I type in my initials, it doesn't show on the list. And since I'm the only one
testing it, yeah.
it's a bit,
you can make a dummy user one.
Then I need more computers.
Yeah.
Good argument.
Yeah. Yes.
Great.
Perfect.
Is this better?
Yes.
Perfect. Good. My name is Anders, and I am not here to talk about impact. I'm from our structural business unit, And just before I get started, I would like to know exactly how many structural engineers do we have. So could you please raise your hand if you're a structural engineer? Okay. And perhaps there's some managers of a team of structural engineers also. Do we have any of those? Yeah. Anyone dating structural engineer? Anyone want to? I'm here to talk about a program called Prefab, not Print. It was called Prefab Print. Initially, the idea with this software is that it should allow you to create a documentation of your precast structure very easily. Since the release of this software, it has developed quite a lot. So you can do a lot more than printing now, which is why we removed the print from its name. So now it's just prefab. And it's a prefab module for our 3D finite element software FemDesign. Some of you might know it. The idea, as I said, is that you should be able to automatically create a structural documentation of your precast structure. And this should be done very easily, and it is, because you just click a single button. Since we released it first, we have implemented a few things. It is now also possible to create an optimized solution. I will get back to this. And this is a new thing. And I think many of you who do just the design of reinforcement will really like this, that you're able to split the element afterwards and do the second analysis, you can say, of your elements. So to really understand the benefit of Prefab Print, I'll just talk you through a common workflow in terms of calculating these types of structures. So we have engineer number one, and he usually has the responsibility of the main stability of the structure. And what he does is that he calculates the stability and he creates a report of the entire load takedown. And then he hands this report over to engineer number two, who is responsible for reinforcing the elements. So there's two steps. And the idea with Prefab Print is to easily create this report that should be handed over to engineer number two. How to use the software? Well, everything is done in FemDesign. You do the entire model in FemDesign. You add your supports. You add your joints between the elements, both horizontal joints and vertical joints. And the engineer, and this is engineer number one, he will pay close attention to the elastic spring stiffnesses in these joints. You can also add the load-bearing capacity of the joint, which is called a plastic limit in FemDesign. This will give you the utilization in your report of this particular joint. And this is also what is used if you do an optimized solution based on these load-bearing capacities. But it's very easy, this is FemDesign thing, it's very easy to distinguish between these different types of joints with this color scheme as shown. You apply all the loads in FemDesign. Here's an example of self-weight, snow load, and wind load. And when you run the analysis within FemDesign, you're prompted with a message: do you want to move this model to prefab, not print? Yes, I do. And you get a model like this within the prefab module. And here you have several options. You can use the elastic distribution of forces throughout the entire structure found by FemDesign in your documentation. That is option number one. And you have an option to optimize, as I said before, optimize the entire, you could say, the way that the force moves through the structure, optimize that based on the load-bearing capacities in your joints. And then we also have a third to optimize it by story. That's another story. When you have selected which distribution of forces you want, you just click one button, that's the print button, and you get a report. So you get all your elevations, like this example here, for all the elevations in your model. And you get it for all load combinations as well. So it can be quite a heavy report. You have everything you need here. You're able to, and this is actually a PDF, believe it or not, but you can click things in a PDF file. And you can click on an element to see the detailed properties of this element. That's the geometry, the center of gravity in the cell, the weight, and the material properties as well. And you can also click on these loads and reactions in this case. So here you can see the magnitude and the length of the reaction beneath the wall that is acting on the foundations. You also get tables. So you have all your, in this case, shear forces in the vertical joints. You can see the size again, and you also have a verification over here saying that yes, this is in fact okay. We see the next picture here. We have the same thing for the horizontal connections. We have a compression, and we have a sliding. And again, if we click this button, we will get a verification saying that compression is okay and sliding check as well. Yeah, this is the values. As you can see, they are used in this check. Another option is to print what is called an element report. This is where each element is split, you can say, so it has its own unique page and it's not found anywhere else in this report. I think this is a lot easier to work with if you're the one designing the reinforcement, because you only find this particular element at one page. And you can see, as I do over here, I switch between the different load combinations to see the different results. Another option is to export to Excel. This will give you a quite long list in Excel with all the forces, their position in the global coordinate systems. You can work with this implemented in your own spreadsheets or whatever to do the design of reinforcement. And we also have an option to export the model back to FimDesign. And this is what I think you will really like, because in this case, every element is split from the model. So it's just itself now, and all the loads will be applied, of course. It doesn't have to be the entire model like I've shown here. You can see the next here. We just take a part of the structure and we export it back to FimDesign. Yeah, here we go. And as you can see, all the loads, I'm showing it here, and the reactions are automatically applied. And also the same load combinations that were in the original model is also automatically created. So from here on out, it's very easy to use the RC design module within FimDesign and apply your reinforcement. No? Thank you for listening. I think we can do questions now.
Please take a little stretch outside or in here, and I will be there for 5 minutes.
Do you have any questions?
No questions.
No.
Please take a seat. Because I want to start now. And so, we are almost there. So I want to start. Yeah, just before I want to begin, I learned at my education that I don't have to mention my name. So I don't mention my name. That's my name. And like Nikolai said, he removed his beard, and I removed my brace. So there's also, and I try to grow that impact beard, but it's a little bit irritating. So I think tomorrow when I'm home, I want to shave it again. It's useless. Super uses, the benefit of super uses. Why I will talk about that? That's because that's my history. This me, it was me, without the red, but before I was that guy, I was this guy. And the explanation about this is, at my former employer, we got always a yearly talk, how it's going, how are you developing, and blah, blah, blah. So I talked with my chief, maybe I should try something else to spread your wings about the world and blah, blah, blah. So that's a bad idea. So why? You got the cement in your mother milk. So I look at my belly and I think, what's wrong with my belly? So, but he means it was in my head. My father, he is had be active in the concrete world for 25 years, so that's why. Other reason, I got 10 years experience from different precast factories. The most of the time was at Bolebeton in Denmark. Oh, that was not meaning the picture above. That's not my. I think it's made in one of our competitors' software, maybe. But the picture below, I made this with impact. I'm really proud of this. Yeah. Precast factory nerding. Yeah, I just love to look at precast factories and looking what are you doing, what machinery are you using, what software are you using. So that was always something funny to do. And I got interested in software. So those factors, I think it will be important for me that I've been the super user. Why a super user? Yeah. Impact is not only just a program or just software. It's a process. It's a process of your working day, and to giving the right structure in this, you have to know about the daily processes of impact. So that's from 7 o'clock to in the morning until you go home. The other thing, it's also important to make the right decisions. So I didn't like to discuss with all my old colleagues about the blah, 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 blah. I said, no, that's not how we are going to do this. I think this is the best fit. So communication at the right level. And why? That's also because if we got the visit of Dennis, for example, or Litas, they're always talking about cases and sprints, the running sprints, or the most of the people at the drawing department, they didn't know about that. So that's maybe a good thing to can I'm sorry, how to translate this language to the floor, to the drawing department floor. And the last one, which is really important, is also it was for me really important that if there is an issue at in Impact after an update or something you didn't see before, it doesn't giving matter that everybody rings to Strusa. I have this problem. Yeah, okay, but I talked already with your colleague about it. All the problems is just like this to one person, because so as the one person, they are talking with TrueSoft and solving the problem with TrueSoft. And what I did, I talked always, okay, this problem, I want to talk with Dennis or whatever. Dennis, what? Going back to my colleague, we figured something out, and I will send them email about the workaround. And that's the most easiest thing to do. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit the same, but situations. What are we doing? The super users. I did not work so much, I think. Hope they are listening. Update check. Every time the pop-up was there, I was in and checked updates. What is important for me? I checked the case numbers, every case number. I did the distribution, so I figured out what is the best way to distribute this update. Is it only AutoCAD, or is it a database? Is the to always drive that straight line. There's something maintenance also inside the factory, because in my opinion we couldn't call Impact where TrueSoft every time for we have to change this and this. The most things that we could do inside the house, we did inside the house. And again, that's communication. Yeah, and the last, I think internal guiding and training is one of the most important things, because if you are at the factory or some other company stuff, it's you never use all the functions you have in Impact. So I made all the internal guiding and some training. So how to make linear casting material in a wall. That on one PDF. That's it. And that for every single subject. And especially if there was something new I developed together with TrueSoft, then I made a new one. But also for new employees, I would to give them a warm welcome. So this is also one of my old training guys. This one I used to a person, he never touched AutoCAD, never, but within 3 days, he could make reinforcement in Impact. So that's really I really like this one. So if you want to have this one, it's only in Danish, but then you can ask me and get it, of course. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for watching. Oh yeah, before, do we have some questions for Anders or for me? That's great. And always be welcome and add me on LinkedIn. Would be great. You do. Yeah, exactly. Google me. Thank you.
I think it's good if we have some questions now because they don't want us out too early because there is a lot of other people there. So please, whatever questions from the day.
Okay, ask me.
Yeah.
Jacob.
Just regarding your last slide there.
Yeah.
I mistyped the coolie load at some point, and as far as I can see, you should be able to customize your own ribbon, right? In AutoCAD, you can just remove all everything.
I know.
Just give them 5 buttons.
I know, but I didn't.
Okay.
That's a little bit
That
waste
would
of
be
time
the
for me.
extremist, but you could add the levels. So now you've been here for 2 weeks. Here's a new.
No.
Here's a new button.
No, I don't. I didn't do that. But yeah. I know, but it's also telling what is the functionality of this button, because we are talking in buttons, not in functions. I think I am going to leave now because.
You can ask the people how many super users you can hear.
Yeah, who is super user? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there is something we have to talk about, people.
If you raise your hand, you have to take a lot of questions. Let's jump out. We will see what happens. It's only 5 minutes. It's big enough. no, but it's
Hello. Hello. Everything good? Can I just one, two, perfect. Should we start and try to finish up the event? I think. Hi, John. Hello. Hello, everybody. This is Thomas. I'm telling you my name, of course, because you should know who I am, for those of you who don't. You can see my voice is not very well, and there is a rumor going out that I had too many beers yesterday, but it is not true. Yeah. So I have been a little bit cold, and it hit my voice yesterday because I was so excited to meet a lot of you and spoke to you after 3 years almost since the last event. So it has been very, very nice to see you all in person after 3 whole years. So for those of you who don't know me, I work as well as Linus and Pascal with implementations and a little bit of sales, especially with international customers, not so much Scandinavia, more like all over the world. Yeah, and my presentation today would be about online resources when our dear and great support is closed, basically, right? It would have been this or 20 minutes of stand-up comedy with me basically dissing out everybody that I know here and making jokes of you, but I don't think anybody wants to do that. So I'm gonna do something that might be a little bit boring, but it's not gonna be at the level as, you know, Anders' presentation before for Fem Design. So let's see. So basically, I don't have an agenda because what I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you a little bit how our new website is integrated with all the tools that we have online for you to get access on impact material. And I can guarantee you, we as a team, and especially our marketing team, has been working a lot into creating this new website. And the website has a lot of nice information. And for those of you who know me, you know I like to go deep into details, into stuff. And because I don't want to talk about Tekla-based tools or something else, I'm going to go deep into our website and the different things that I'm going to show you today. So basically, let's see, my agenda are those fields in our website. You can access our website by typing Strusoft and then pressing on Frederick's face and then go into impact, or you can just type impact strusoft.com impact precast, and then you reach this point. So as I said, I'm not going to discuss about the support. Great support. I want to name out Oscar, Dennis, Katalin, Adam, and of course the new guys, Trahinia, who are working very, very hard for you guys a lot of times around the clock, so we can support you can support all of your businesses and your cases. So 3 years now, we have made a new support system. I'm hopeful that all of you by now, and especially the guys behind over there, know how to use it and send a normal case to the support. So if you press on Wiki, then you will be directed directly to our Impact Wiki page. Our Wiki page can be described into many things. Yesterday, somebody called it brilliant. I have heard difficult to find information. I have heard that it has a lot of information and so on and so forth. So it has a lot of things. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to a little bit decode the most important parts of our Wiki page. So basically, the first part is the application part. And this is usually if, for example, you have a new employee and you want them onboarded on Impact. Of course, one of us, people doing trainings and implementations, can always do the training, but it is always nice for somebody to come here and actually press, for example, Impact for CAD and find a lot of information of how to use the software, because we have developed and we have actually put a lot of information in there. The second tool is the little search button up there. I'm not so tall as Nikolai, so I'm not going to show off and say, it's all the way up there. So, and the third one is the one here, I'm not sure you can see it, is the one called Change Notes. And that's for all of you, for super users or not. This is basically for everybody who works with Impact and wants to be updated with the new releases that the other people have just already shown you. Those information are already there, and I'm pretty sure 90% of the information that they took on the presentations, they took it from the bottom Change Notes. So the first thing I'm going to show you is regarding the applications. As I said, very quick example. You press on Impact for CAD, you find about walls, very common, used element, and then wall definitions. And you can see here, and that's what I want to point out, there is numbering, there is text, there is a lot of good information for a person who just starts now to get acquainted with our Impact modules. So for me, it's very important to people to know about this. The second one, as I said, is the search button. Here I just do a little example, and that can show you also the complexity behind it. If I say Impact linked, it doesn't show what I want. But if I say Impact linked elements, then it will get you to the page regarding how to import linked elements with or without PDFs. Also a new development that we have done. So when you come here, I can see it's a lot of text. People don't read text, and I will address that in a while. But if you actually go deep into it and you actually want to do something like that, the information, and all the things, and the template even for importing things, it is right in front of you. You can download it, put information, and give it a try yourselves. But that's, again, just an example. The last part is the change notes. As I said, the guys here, most of them, I'm pretty sure they used the change notes for doing the presentations. So all of the software is, every single module that we have has its own change notes. In the following example, I'm just pressing Impact for CAD. And now you can see all the things that Nikolai named. They're just coming here with a hyperlink describing the case and how the case has been, how is it working now in the software. So immediately, without even having to watch Nikolai's presentation again, you come in here, select something, and here I have something, for example, for Pascal. He loves columns, and it's like show custom materials in the reinforcement view, right? And that's a very simple case. What settings you need to use and how it shows in the shop drawing. You can try it immediately and see how it works. So when you call me and you say, can you do us a training about all the new features in Impact 17? What I do is come here, check all the features, then I basically explain to you what it says here. So a lot of times you can actually use your time and do that by yourselves if you have the time, because I know a lot of you do not have the time to do that, and I understand. So that was about our wiki. I hope it was clear on the different things that you can do. And then I will move to our beloved webinars. If you go to our webpage and you press on webinars, you get redirected to this single webinar called recorded webinars. And if you press to this button, then you will be redirected to a new page, which is called Go to Stage. This is where we hold our webinars. Usually, we hold a webinar once a month, unless the month contains the user conference. So the webinar for this month is the user conference, right? Next month, we have a webinar about Revit. And the webinars are placed here. In order to access that, you will just need to log in to Go to Stage, meaning that you just have to use your LinkedIn or your Google account or your work account just to make a user here. It doesn't mean anything for you, but you get free access to the webinars whenever you want. Without wanting to praise myself a lot, you can see on the first line only, I'm like 5 out of 6 webinars, it's my face. So, I mean, I'm trying to get you to use what we are doing also in the background. And going back now there is a small little button here when you are on webinars, or also if you're on the web page, and that button directs you to our YouTube official channel. And the YouTube official channel, for 3 years ago, for example, it didn't have so many things as it does now. So except for promotional videos and other types of small videos that we do, we also add every content we have in our Strusoft official YouTube page. If you subscribe to it with your personal accounts, then you can easily get a notification also when we post something new in the channel. So the next thing is the playlist. I can show you many ways of doing it here, but I didn't want to record a video that will play back and forth, so I prefer to show you with pictures. And very quickly, if you check the playlist and you select here Impact Precast, everything, every video we have made will be shown here. And the first ones, as you can see here, are a little bit promotion videos, and over there we have the webinars. Here we have also older webinars that have not been done in the Go to Stage, and they were older. We have also Danish content, we have Swedish content, we have Polish content, we have content for Holland, we have different languages. As many languages we speak, we create content in those. However, except for the webinars, a new thing that we have launched, which is not really a new thing, it's what we call the tip of the week. And the tip of the week, at least in our company, or at least in our business unit right now, it is something that we value a lot. And to be honest with you, we started doing it for you guys. So we didn't do it just to get content out there. We did it because I will explain why we did it. So what is it? usually it's a 2 to 5 minutes explanatory video on a topic that we consider important for you. So for example, I had 3 meetings with 3 different customers last week, and all of them, they asked me the same question in production, for example, right? That's immediately a tip of the week for next week, that everybody can get this information. Tip of the week can be a common support case. Tip of the week can be something, a new feature that we want to describe and put it out before it's released, so you can see what's coming also in the software and how to use it and have it there. So when it comes out, you know how to use it also immediately. The why, it is, again, I want to praise myself a little bit, but I will. It is because at some point during Corona time, I was thinking the wiki page, as I said, it has a lot of text, right? It is great, but a lot of people want to watch a video on a case and they just want to get ahead with their lives, right? So I realized we have so many hyperlinks and there are not so many videos in the wiki page. So my thought was, okay, I cannot sit down myself and just create videos for every single functionality we have in the software. But what if all of us collectively started making a tip of the week or something, a small video every week, in order to be able to, when we reach a point, to add those videos in the corresponding fields in the wiki page. And then everybody can get that video and say, okay, you know, draw a wall. How can I draw a wall for a new employee, right? Or how can I change my reinforcement settings? Or how can I do something how can I create new casting units, for example, for again, a new customer. So, and that's how we operate. That's how we create tip of the weeks. The where and when, as I said, every week on YouTube and our LinkedIn, and I'll come back to it. But while I'm here and I have you all here, I'm just gonna not record, but I'm gonna show you a very quick tip of the week, how a tip of the week could be for our user conference, right? So many of you will come now to me and you say, Thomas, you know, we like you or we don't, that's fine. But you saw us up there, you have already 70 videos. That's like 70 weeks. That's more than a year and a half, right? Or a year and a half, more or less. So how can I go through all these 70 videos and just figure out what I want? Because I want a very specific thing to do now, and I don't know if you have it as a tip of the week. So what I can do, that's the tip of the user conference, is that you can actually press Control and F on your page. Here I'm writing transport, and then you can see all of our transport videos. So if somebody wants to use a 3D visual stacker, come here, find the tip of the week, and see, okay, that's how I can rotate elements on the stack. That's where the button of rotating elements on the stack. That's how adding additional items, and that's it. You can see most of the videos are between 2 and 4 or 5 minutes, right? So yeah, that's it. If you wanted to get every week notified, you can also, and if you have LinkedIn, of course, you can always follow me, Nikolai, Linus, and Pascal. We are rotating every week on who is creating a tip of the week. And again, we are doing it for you. So if you would like to get notified or get a hold of the situation, then you can always follow us on LinkedIn. The next one is just basically an honorary mention. It's our blog. I don't know if any of you goes there, but basically what that says here, it's some stories and success stories from your own company. So things that you shared with us and we have discussed with you, and improvements that we might have made for your company, or improvements that success implementation stories, or like, you know, a big building that you built and you would like to share with us and share with the world. So this is where you can see either your competition or your friends, what they have done in the last years. Again, it's been updated and new stories are coming out. I think a big article about the 30 years of impact is also going to be coming out, if it's not out there yet. The last one, it's a completely new one, and it's regarding sales. I mean, it's already implemented on the sales guys now, because the support people do not have that exact functionality in the business. But what we have done is we have actually added a link here under our descriptions and our telephone numbers and our mails, where you can directly book a meeting with us. So basically, when you press that, you get a calendar view of, basically, you can creep on my schedule and see when I work and when I don't work, or when I have a meeting, when I don't have a meeting, and you can check. And if you want something from me, or if you would like to get a quick talk or a meeting or discuss about an issue you might have, most likely in Tekla Base Tools or something, so we can you can just quickly book a meeting and see that I'm available at the time. And that goes for everybody sitting on this this row of the room. Yeah, that's it from me. Nothing special. I just wanted to connect the little dots around our new webpage and the things that we have done in the last year that they are not so visible to you, but we try a lot to help even when we are not directly helping with our presence at your offices. If you have any questions, of course, I don't think you do, but if you have any questions, you are very welcome. All right, thank you so much.
So can you hear me? Yeah, it sounds like that. Yeah, we are finally at the ending speech. The day just passed by here very fast, I think. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I have done. It has been a really pleasure. So let's click the ending speech. It's really not that much left. You have got so much information, so now you are filled above your heads probably with all the stuff. But some things I have to inform you about. So I've got some questions here during coffee breaks and so on. If we want to go to Impact 17, how do we do that? And so on. Yeah, first of all, Impact 17 is a new database version. That means that we have to migrate your database from 16 to 17, of course. And it was officially released the 5th of September. So it has been out there for a while. I don't know, Dennis, maybe you can update it. Is it 4 now running it, or 3 companies? Yeah. So that's the current state of it. Next release is coming, like we have told you several times, 12th of December. So that's the next one, both of 16 and 17. 17 has some increased security. I talked about that last user conference, but then we were in cloud, so maybe now you can hear it clearer when I'm in sight here. So what we do is that we really, today you have 2 things on the server. One that is I normally call it the question maker, the web API. All the questions to the database is running for that. And then we have one service that verify you are you. The thing verifying you are you is moved. That one we are having just one instance of, and it's in cloud. And we are then using a service from a provider called Auth0. That's a very common one to have for this authentication. That means that we will have a more secure user identification to avoid, of course, problems with someone is hijacking your Impact or whatever if you publish it. So it's an increased security. But that also means that everyone needs to have an email in Impact in 17. And then if you are really interested into going up to 17 and you are thinking of planning it, please contact the support, because then we can schedule it together with you. Yeah. We are also saying goodbye to Impact 15 soon. We have had it, I think it's the correct date, I'm not 100% sure, but because it's so many years ago. 12th of October 2016, I think we released it. That was the first cloud version of Impact that we can run connecting between different locations. We will stop to support that at 12th of December with the new release coming. Then we have 16 and 17 only. So if you have something 15, of course we can help you to migrate it up, but we will not support that anymore because it becomes too much to support so many versions. And probably you will see that on my next slide, because here you see how many other stuff, because we are dependent on a lot of other software. And by removing 15, we remove the support of Excel 2013. We still have support for 2019 and 2016, of course. We also remove BricsCAD 19. We cannot support that anymore. We have 22, 21, and 20. We have supporting with 16. And the same, otherwise I think we are keeping the same with 16. But then if we switch to 17, you will see that we have removed something more. So if you are planning to go to 17, you see that you have to have at least AutoCAD 2021. And it's again because we want to make sure that we can test it good. If we have too many versions, it becomes very tough to test it. We are also removing BricsCAD 20, but as you can see, we are adding AutoCAD 23. That's a new one. We are adding BricsCAD 23. We're also adding Revit 23. So we are adding 3 more versions here, the newest ones of everyone. We also remove for 17, we don't support Revit 2020 and 2019. But that's because Autodesk doesn't support it either. So, but of course, you can still run 16. I mean, we are supporting that. I don't know how long, but for a long time more. But if you want to go to 17, this is a little bit what you have to go to. Then we go to something more pleasant than versions. For you that are staying for the dinner tonight, we are meeting up 6 p.m. At the same place. For you that remember from 2019, we are at the same location. But if you were not with us 2019, it's Gustav Adolfs Torg in Malmö. It's just a narrow street here, you see with my picture. Down there, and there is the sign. It's down in a cellar. There we are. So it's pretty easy to find. If you don't know, you can always ask one of the blue guys here. We will help you if you need to get more directions how to get there. Some more instructions for the restaurant. Yeah, there is a wardrobe when you enter. It can be good to hang all your outer clothes out there, because if we bring them into the restaurant, it will not be good. The risk is that because we are a lot of people in small rooms, quite dark, the risk is that they will all get dirty when you come home. So use the wardrobe. We will have a table placing there at the place, because the reason is really that the restaurant, you know, it's like down in a cellar, so they don't really know exactly how the tables will be placed now. So that's why we say we better do it when you come, because then we know that the tables is where they are. And again, when you come there and you are any doubt, I cannot find where I should be sitting or whatever, just ask us, of course. The presentation from today will, of course, soon be available on our homepage. So you can find them if you want to look at it later. I don't know, Matthias, what are you guessing in time? Tomorrow? Oh, shit. Yeah, we will remember that now. and actually, this was the last thing I had. But before you go, we like to give you some gifts. As you can see here, these cones are coming again, because I think they were very appreciated last time, and it's also easy to bring. These cones is coming. This factory has been working for 80 years. It's of course another one running it now, but in those places they were having a factory before. And we are also celebrating 30 years of Impact, so that's why we have put that on. And you can see here, this is in Swedish. This was from the official first release of Impact 1.0. It's several years ago, but what you can read here, we also have a lot more of that in the article you have seen, is that this Impact 1.0 was used to make IKEA in Helsingborg. And Ruben Gianolio, he's not here, but his colleagues is here today. He was our user number 1. So we still have a user number 1. He's still using the software. So 30 years of impact is like Ruben has been 30 years using it. So it's really nice. There are 2 different flavors of the chocolate. I'm jumping back and forth a little bit, as you understand. I hope you can follow. Now it's so late, so I get a little bit blurry. Anyway, there are 2 different flavors of it. One that is light chocolate or milk chocolate with coffee and cocoa. That's the one that is brown and white. The blue and yellow, that is dark milk with blueberry and raspberry. So please, before you go, take that one. And for the ones that are coming to the restaurant, let's meet up 6 p.m. or maybe before for a beer somewhere. That's up to you, whatever you want to drink. But I hope we will. I think we are at least 130 people for the dinner also. So it'll be a big dinner tonight. And this is the last slide. So now I think we're up to 313 slides. So maybe that's also some kind of record. I don't know. But thank you very much for all your attention during the day. And I hope you all have enjoyed it as much as we have done. So see you. In the background, you will have the chocolate. So take that way out.